Also, I can play.
Should I mute your voice?
Can you the song should off. I will play full here. No, I connect to my computer here. Will the speaker work?
getting pulled in, Hamas wanted them to do this from day one. Hamas called upon Iran and Hezbollah saying join the war. Iran, I will say, did almost everything it could to show that it is supporting Hamas's war while not getting involved itself. But at this point, when they have been targeted by the IDF and Israel enough times, they are starting to lose face. They're saying, yes, we're supporting Gaza and we're against Israel. Okay, but you're not throwing your soldiers in, you're not activating all your militias, and then you're even being attacked yourselves. If you don't retaliate now, you're really going to lose credentials and credibility in the hard-lined radical Islamic world of those militias. That's why Iran now is all of a sudden being pulled in, and they're using the same rhetoric. It's the same rhetoric of fighting alongside Hamas in order to fight the evil Zionist regime. But Hamas thought they should have done this already 6 months ago. That's why now they're being pulled in. And again, this could still end up being something that does not spiral into an all-out regional situation. Could be that these drones will be intercepted, the cruise missiles will land, cause some damage. The United States is applying a lot of pressure on Israel to try to facilitate also spiraling the situation down. Could remains to be seen, my mantra.
So, Alon, we did get a soundbite in from the IDF. I want to play this out. It's a little bit under a minute long. Let's just listen to what they had to say about this situation.
Iran has launched a direct attack from Iranian soil towards the state of Israel. We are closely monitoring Iranian killer drones that are en route to Israel sent by Iran. This is a severe and dangerous escalation. Our defensive and offensive capabilities are at the highest level of readiness ahead of this large-scale attack from Iran. Together with our partners, the Israel Defense Forces is operating at full force to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel. This is a mission that we are determined and ready to fulfill. I will keep on updating.
So I don't think there's anything too surprising that we heard from those quick comments from the IDF alone, but I will continue to go through some of the live images that we have here. This is northern Israel. This is what we're staring at right now. Northern Israel. This is Tel Aviv, and this is southern Israel. The White House says that it will provide unspecified support for Israel's defense against an ongoing airborne attack from Iran. So, I do want to ask you a little about the U.S.'s involvement in this alone. Why is the U.S. so entangled in all this?
So there's several different facets that are involved. First of all, the United States has been a longstanding ally of Israel. I mean, the two countries have an alliance that goes back, many decades. And so that's just reason number one. It started, during the Cold War, and it started with the alignments between Egypt was allied more with the Soviet Union, so the United States allied more with Israel. This is now talking about the 50s and 60s, but from there, the relationship really flourished. And there's a lot of reasons for the internal political reasons in the United States. Why also, in a bipartisan way, both parties sort of show their support for Israel unequivocally. But that's, the more macro long stories of the relationship between the United States and Israel. Right now, what has developed in the last several decades is sort of different alignments in the United States between forces that are more allied with the quote-unquote West, which is obviously represented by the United States, chief among them, but also the EU and to some extent Israel, and forces that are aligned with more the opposing axis, I'll say, because to some extent you could say an Islamist axis, but once again, it's a combination of Shiites and Sunnis, so it's not always clear who's on the other side, right? Theoretically, the other side of the Western forces in the Middle East would include both Iran and ISIS and Al-Qaeda, true, but Iran is a mortal enemy of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Even though they're both Islamists, Iran is Shiite, Al-Qaeda and ISIS are Sunni, so they don't get along and they attack each other more than anyone else. So it's hard to say who the other axis is, but we could say a broad range of Islamist forces. With that, the United States has become more and more involved as leading the quote-unquote pro-Western side. The United States has not only deepened its alliance with Israel over the years, it has also deepened its ties with Jordan, with Egypt. Saudi Arabia is a very, very critical actor also. That on the one hand, the rules within the kingdom and the laws within the kingdom that's run pretty much as a theocracy are very conservative and very sort of empathetic towards Islamist ideals. But the actual leadership is actually much more pragmatic and a lot more aligned with the quote unquote West. So, with that, the United States has sort of pulled these countries more to its side. But as a result, the United States is also more involved and embroiled in the different fights that these countries are in. Saudi Arabia, for example, has been at war with the Houthis since 2014. The United States was not really involved in that, but when it comes to the Houthis attacking Israel, when it comes to different sides aligning themselves when the Middle East starts spiraling, obviously the United States is going to find itself against the Houthis because they're attacking Saudi Arabia and Israel. It's two allies. Same goes here. In terms of the balance of power and alliances, the United States finds itself on the side of Israel in the same way as it's on the side of Jordan and on the side of Egypt. So whenever they're attacked, and Israel is much higher up on the alliance list of the United States, whenever they're attacked, the United States will find itself involved. At the same time, on the other side also, Iran hates the United States far more than it hates Israel even. Israel is just a lot closer. In the parlance of Iran, the United States is the big devil. Israel is called the small devil. The United States is the big devil. So there's sort of there's a mutual situation where Iran has activated militias and tried to go against U.S. interests in the Middle East. Iran set up all these militias in Iraq. This was during the time that the United States was occupying large parts of Iraq. And Iran set up these militias specifically in order to attack and kill U.S. service people. So with that, the sides have fallen such that the United States is a big rival of Iran, but specifically the balance of alliances has put the United States now almost in direct confrontation with Iran, because if the US would let Iran attack Israel and not try to at least also use its air defenses, maybe the United States is not one to actually involve itself in the war, but not at least try to intercept these drones and missiles alongside Israeli air defenses, it will really be seen as the US betraying a major ally in the Middle East. That will have a lot of consequences. When you betray allies, when you backtrack from alliances, what ends up happening is your allies, your partners, end up turning elsewhere. We saw this a little bit under the Trump administration when the United States was retrenching a little bit more from Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, and Saudi Arabia all of a sudden started saying openly, okay, well, if that's the case, we may have to have a defense pact with Iran. Just in order to show the United States, if you are not on our side whenever we want, then we have other options. So the United States would not let the balance of alliances fall apart in the Middle East. And in long-term strategic thinking also, I don't know if that's going to be enough for the United States to say, and if Israel attacked Iran, we're going to participate. That's already obviously one step further. But certainly participating in air defenses is something the United States, I think, is quote unquote happy to do.
I want to pull up a tweet from Jennifer Griffin. She's Fox's national security correspondent. She says, this week, situational assessments and approvals of plans were conducted in the IDF in preparation for an attack from Iran. The forces of the IDF are very strongly prepared for offense and defense and are widely deployed. So this makes me wonder, alone, while we sit here and we look at these images, and again, I'll pull them up. One of them is a live image out of southern Israel. That's what this is. This is Tel Aviv. This is northern Israel. Have there been any high, should I say, high intensity targets, or maybe a better word would be what are the highly desirable targets, perhaps, from Iran's perspective? Would they be going after any particular part of Iran, or is that our best guess, any particular part of Israel at this point, I should say, or is that our best guess at this point?
So there are a lot of targets that Iran would like to strike at, strategically valuable targets. Anything from the main Air Force base that Israel has in the northern parts of Israel. Hezbollah has tried to launch missiles towards this base already several times since the war began. So Iran would, I'm sure, like to severely cripple or even just try to destroy that base in order to also show, see, and when we get involved, we manage to cripple, attack, destroy the air capabilities of the great powerful IDF. That's one. Other symbolic targets could be the Knesset, Israel's parliament. The airport, Israel has only one main international airport. I mean, Israeli airspace has been announced as been closed as of half an hour ago. But the airport is obviously a very desired target. All these are very symbolic. That's another thing, though, that will tell us something about it, the extent of escalation that Iran wants. If Iran maintains the attack to be focused on military targets, as in Air Force bases, or even just Air Force bases, or even just IDF troops or deployment or things like that, or even the airport under the excuse, so to speak, that it's a military target because also Air Force, U.S. Israeli Air Force launches from there. That is something that still, again, if that were the case, then the United States could pressure Israel to say, look, you attack their consulate, they attack the air bases, you can afford to not retaliate and not lose face. In turn, if the missiles and drones try to strike civilian targets, and then you have a slew of other targets that would be valuable. Anything from the main economic sectors in Tel Aviv and Ramat Gan, to religious sites in Israel that are holy to Judaism, to all kinds of other symbolic facets, then that would also tell us if they strike at that shows us that Iran wants a larger escalation. Because Iran knows that there's no way that they're going to strike civilian targets and possibly cause a lot of civilian deaths in Israel and not receive the wrath of the IDF in response. So, we'll be smarter in a couple hours.
And it looked like we had an audio interruption there alone. We can't thank you enough for hopping on last moment here. We are going to continue, obviously, following the situation as the hours progress. We will be learning more, and we will be in touch soon. Thank you for your assessment. We'll talk shortly. Take care.
I'll see you within a few hours. Thanks.
Absolutely. All right, Alon. Thank you. So let's, in the meantime here, let's just reset. We just got a lot from Alon. Alon is a very knowledgeable person. He has studied this stuff for decades. I will again reiterate, we're looking at a few live images here. One is a live view out of Tel Aviv. This one, and I misclicked here. This is southern Israel. This is Tel Aviv. This is northern Israel. We're watching just about every place imaginable at this time. Our understanding is that it could be hours before these UAVs, these unmanned drones, reach Israel proper. We are not done breaking this down with our analysts and experts. We are going to have former FBI investigator Ken Gray, who is going to be joining us shortly here. We are going to be having him on within the next 5 minutes or so to give us his assessment of everything that is breaking down in the Middle East right now. So I'm going to take this opportunity while we set up Ken Gray. I just want to read what Fox News and what the Associated Press are reporting about this developing situation. Here's what we know so far. Iran has launched drones from its own territory toward Israel late on Saturday, which was days after its supreme leader warned that it would hit back in response to an airstrike on the Iranian consulate in Syria that left several generals dead. Earlier Saturday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Israel had for weeks, quote, been preparing for the possibility of a direct attack from Iran. The Prime Minister said that Israel's air defenses are deployed. They are ready for any scenario, both in attack and in defense. Israel has not claimed responsibility for the attack on Iran's consulate in Damascus. Again, that's the initial attack that led to this retaliatory response from Iran. President Biden, we hear, is being regularly updated on the situation by his national security team and will meet with them this afternoon. He may be meeting with them as we speak. We saw him arrive to Washington, D.C. just shortly, just not too long ago. His team is in constant communication with Israeli officials as well as other partners and allies. That's according to a statement from the National Security Council, the White House. So, we do have a guest standing by right now. Ken Gray is joining us to discuss this ongoing situation. And Ken, I just want to make sure that you have me here. We are going to bring you in. Okay, Ken, so thank you for coming on. This developing situation is something, obviously we expected something to happen in short time here. We didn't exactly know what it would look like. What's your initial assessment of what we're seeing out of the Middle East today?
beginning of something, but we don't know if the drone strike, the intended drone strike here, is going to be the entirety of the attack, or if it will be just the first wave, or it will be a combination of drones and missiles at the same time. We just don't know as of yet exactly how this will play out. Two possibilities. One is that this is a symbolic attack on the part of Iran, showing that they are taking action in response to the attack on their embassy in Damascus, and that the drone attack will be the entirety of this attempt. The second possibility, though, is full-out regional conflict, where Iran attacks with the drones, missiles, and then sets free all of their proxies in the area, primarily Hezbollah. And so what Hamas wanted to happen from October 7th until now may be actually happening. That is, Hamas attacked with the intention of getting the other players in that region to join in with them. They may actually see that happen as of today's beginning attack here. The missile attack, or I'm sorry, the drone attack here, it's 1,200 miles from Tehran to Tel Aviv. So this is going to have, if the drones were to survive, it would take 5 or 7 hours to get there. And so the arrival time would be 9 to 7 o'clock, 9 to 11 p.m. our time, if it were just the drones, if they do survive. Now, it's my understanding that they are being intercepted and that other countries are offering to shoot them down too. So the drones may never even reach Israeli airspace, but the Iron Dome should be able to handle them.
You bring up the Iron Dome. I know the Iron Dome is something that's protected Israel quite extensively over the course of this most current iteration of the war. I have a tweet up on your screen. So here's what I want to ask you about, because this tweet is from Representative Carlos Jimenez. So he's talking about Jordan. He says, our ally, the Kingdom of Jordan, has declared a state of emergency and had announced that they will shoot down any drone from Iran entering its airspace. Let's do a little geography lesson here, Ken. In order for anything to move from Iranian airspace to Israeli airspace, it would have to cross through Jordan. Am I right, geographically?
You are indeed correct. It will have to pass through Jordan. Now, that guarantee that Jordan will be involved, that's very interesting, because Jordan normally stays neutral, but they have not taken action themselves. So this is very interesting that they are saying that they would shoot down any drones passing through their airspace. I believe that additionally that we may see the Saudis do likewise, offer to shoot down any drones passing over their airspace also. So again, none of these drones may actually ever reach Israel itself. But if this is an attempt to see what the response will be, and a wave of cruise missiles come in, then it's a different game entirely.
So you're the second person we've had on today who has that same analysis, that this could very well just be the beginning to kind of test the waters here. What makes us think that way? Is there a historical precedence for something like this taking place?
It's not historical precedence, but what it is it's just logical that the drone strike itself is not going to do much damage. The drone strike itself can easily be handled. But if it is an attempt to draw the Israelis out, to have them concentrating on that they'll not be ready for the missile attack, then that makes the missile attack the cruise missile attack much more possible to get to their intended targets.
So Ken, we're getting another tweet in. Let's pull this up. This is from the Prime Minister of Israel's office. So Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, let's pull this up in full. So Netanyahu is currently convening the war cabinet. This is not a surprise, but I got to ask a guy like you, what sort of discussions are they likely having in this room now that they at least have some sort of idea, at least, about how Iran is starting this attack?
Yeah, so they are trying to decide where to move IDF forces at to position them in the event some of these militias get involved. If Hezbollah moves from only launching missile attacks into Israel, if they actually try to move some troops across the border into Israel, IDF will want to be pre-positioned for that. So one of the things that will be being discussed is positioning of IDF troops, moving them around to be ready to handle this. Now, they've had several days. They've already moved some of these troops. So this may be just to see their readiness posture to deal with this kind of a threat if it actually materializes.
So Ken, when we talk about the U.S.'s response to this, is it likely that U.S. officials are also having similar meetings like the one we're seeing in Israel right now?
So in the Eastern Med, there's the carrier battle group that is there, and they've moved ships closer to shore that are anti-missile defense ships. And so the Navy is ready to support Israel in whatever capacity as necessary. And their strength in this area is both the defending against missiles and also their combat air readiness. They can launch combat air coverage to support Israel at a moment's notice. So I would not be surprised if they already have aircraft up on CAP stations, combat air patrol stations, ready to be launched towards any type of incoming threats.
So Ken, the initial reports that came out said that drones were headed toward Israel. UAVs were also included in some of the reports. What comes to your mind? Because I think the word UAV or the drones can be used for a number of things. What comes to mind when you hear that? What type of vehicle, what type of equipment are we talking about here?
Yeah. So the Iranians have been the ones supporting the Houthis, providing the drones to them. They have several different classes of drones, but these are unmanned aerial vehicles that carry missiles on board, and they are relatively slow compared to aircraft, but they are capable of traveling this distance and capable of launching missiles once they get into the area. And consequently, they are a threat, but they are a far lesser threat than cruise missiles coming in by themselves. They travel much higher speeds.
I want to ask about Iran's proxies, because this attack is what we're hearing, at least from initial reports. This is coming from Iran proper. So can you give us the distinction? You and I, we followed this war very, very closely, but there may be people tuning in who don't follow every single day in, day out of how this thing has been going. So can you differentiate between an attack coming from Iran proper versus its proxies, which is usually what we talk about, like Hezbollah, like Hamas, like the Houthis? This one is coming from Iran proper. What's the significance of that?
So this is the first time that we've seen Iran in this particular situation actually get engaged with Israel directly. So this is unusual. Perhaps the earlier taking of the ship, the Ares earlier, that in itself was an action by Iran against a ship that is owned by an Israel, or at least operated by an Israeli businessman. But this attack by launching drones and perhaps following it up with cruise missiles, that will be a direct attack by Iran on Israel. To date, Iran has been operating through its axis of resistance, that is using militias all across the area there of Iraq, Syria, and into Lebanon, and also the Houthis down in Yemen. The Hamas is considered to be part of that axis of resistance, as is the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Inside of Iraq and inside Syria, the Quds Force, which is the Iranian equivalent of special forces and intelligence, they've been directing the activities of some of these militia groups. But these militia groups are not totally under the control of Iran. They give them directions, but they are able to do attacks on their own, or they are able to to change the type of direction that they are receiving. So when we see if the proxies get involved, it'll be interesting to see whether it is just Hezbollah or if it is Hezbollah plus militias out of Syria and or out of Iraq.
I think it's important to make this connection because we talk so much about the Israel-Hamas war. People might be tuning in and hearing about an Iran strike. So can you make the connection for us? Why is it that an Iran UAV strike has a connection to the Israel-Hamas war? What are the connections and why does it matter in that war?
So the most recent event that is requiring Iran to take this action is Israel's attack on Iranian embassy there in Damascus. And so as a result of that direct attack on which killed, by the way, the general that was in charge of the Quds force in that area and has greatly reduced their capability of having impact in Syria and in Iraq because of the loss of the leadership. This is equivalent of when the United States attacked General Soleimani. This is a similar level of attack. But Iran all this time has been supporting activities by the proxies throughout this axis of resistance, supporting Hamas. But Iran is Shia, Hamas is Sunni Islam, and consequently they are supporting them, but they are not fully supporting them. But now they are being brought, because of the attack by Israel against the embassy in Damascus, they may actually be involved in a direct conflict with turning this into a regional war. Hopefully this will be tamped down, stopped from becoming a regional conflict, but that was what Hamas wanted from the very beginning. They believed that when they did the October 7th attack, that they would be joined by other countries in the area to attack Israel. So this is all part of Hamas's plan, but Israel attacking the embassy in Damascus may have put this into play.
I got to ask, what was the significance of that attack in Damascus? Who exactly was targeted, and what was the significance of Iran losing that person or people?
General Medhadi and his deputy commander were both killed in that attack. There was an additional general that was killed in the attack, and several leaders of some of the proxy groups, all killed in the Iran embassy in Damascus. This is where the direction of the Quds force was operating out of for the proxies in that area. And by taking out the leadership figures there, their ability to control the proxies in that area was greatly diminished.
As you continue to watch this unfold in the Middle East, I'm curious, Ken, what comes next? What are you going to be watching for next? This is our first introduction into this retaliatory strike we have been waiting for. Now that we are actually starting to see some movement on this front, what's going to be the next questions that you're hoping to get answered in the immediate hours?
So if the drones are shot down by Jordan, by Saudi Arabia, by the United States or UK air support, if they are shot down, then the big question is, will Hezbollah cross the border? Will they put boots on the ground, actual troops coming across the border into Israel, or whether they will just launch more missiles? They have been launching missiles throughout this entire conflict there in the Gaza Strip. The numbers vary. Sometimes it was 50 last weekend. Normally it's on the order of 10 or so a day. And so the fact that Hezbollah would launch a few missiles, that's not a big surprise. But if there's a large barrage that arrives at the same time as missiles from Iran, then that becomes a different matter, because the Iron Dome may not be able to handle a large saturation of missiles into their airspace. And so it'll be interesting to see, one, if Hezbollah joins in with actual ground troops. 2, whether they join in with a barrage of missiles timed to hit at the same time of any missiles from Iran. And 3, whether there's actually cruise missiles that are going to be launched en route. I don't think, despite the earlier reports that cruise missiles were in the air, I don't think those cruise missiles have been launched yet, because then it would mean that the drones would never even have time to get into play. I think that they would be timed when cruise missiles actually would arrive in Israel for those cruise missiles to then arrive at the same time.
So Ken, we're getting some more information. Again, we will reiterate for our audience, new information is coming in. This is a very fluid situation. This one coming from Reuters reporter Idris Ali. She says that Jordan will temporarily close its airspace starting on Saturday night to all incoming, departing, and transit aircraft. State-owned Al Mamlaka News said on Saturday. I do believe there was another tweet from Reuters as well as this one. We had 2 updates from her, I believe. She also says that a number of drones were seen flying from the direction of Iran over Iraq's Soleimania province, 3 security sources told Reuters on Saturday. So we're not, exactly surprised that we're hearing that the Jordanian airspace is being impacted by current events. But you were kind of mentioning in depth there how these proxies work. And I got to ask, because the proxies have been a topic of discussion ever since October 7th. The ones that come to mind, and the ones that so many of us have learned more about since October, were the Houthis in Yemen, Hamas in Gaza, we will say Hezbollah in Lebanon, and then there's also affiliates in Iraq and Syria as well. Ken, are any of those particularly powerful? Are any of them considered to be the lead proxy, or do they all share that?
Hezbollah is by far the most powerful of all the different proxy groups in this area. And Hezbollah has always been the direct proxy for Iran. Iran provides training, they provide weapons, they provide money. By the way, Iran is flush with money because the United States allowed Iran to have access to funds that they had seized some time ago. And so instead of making $8 billion a year off of their economy, Iran has $87 billion to use to support all these activities. So it's not surprising that we see a lot of Iran-based equipment in the hands of some of these groups like the Houthis, because they are flush with cash that the United States provided to them. Now, something that we've not talked about that is a real threat here is that Iran has been developing nuclear weapons. We don't know the development stage of those nuclear weapons, but Iran, if it has nuclear weapons, it would, in my opinion, would be only a small number at this point. They've not had time or the capability to test any of those to show that their designs would actually work, but they did have time to do the enrichment to get the nuclear material, and would have time to make a few nuclear weapons. And so the question is whether or not these would come into play. Israel, on the other hand, is known to have nuclear weapons. In the event that something like that were to happen, Iran would suffer a far greater price than what they would be willing to pay. So again, hopefully this will not move into a regional conflict, because it could very easily become nuclear.
I remember the reports around Christmas time, I want to say, sometime in December, when we were hearing about the uranium enrichment program being accelerated in Iran. Does this feel, Ken, like this is the closest we have been to some sort of wider conflict since October 7th?
Absolutely. So there's always been the threat that Hezbollah would get more involved, that some of the proxies would get more involved, and that we would be sucked into this conflict. Well, Iran's taken these actions now, and the possibility of an interchange of weapons between Israel and Iran really has pushed us to the brink. Hopefully we can step back away from the brink hopefully Iran will be satisfied with their launch of these drones, or maybe some cruise missiles, or maybe the activities of Hezbollah in addition to the drones. Maybe that will be enough to satisfy their need for revenge for the attack on their embassy and their generals there. But, that's speculation on my part as to what will satisfy them or not. But yes, I think that we are as close now as ever to the possibility of this bubbling over into a regional conflict.
I got to ask, what specifically could be targeted in this case? So we have images out of southern Israel, northern Israel, and out of Tel Aviv. So have we had any sort of inkling as to what Iran might go after, or is that anybody's best guess at this point?
I think it's anybody's best guess at this point. I don't have a crystal ball to be able to forecast where they're going to be attacking. But my guess is, if I were to make a guess, I would say it would be either military bases, IDF military bases, IDF air bases, or Tel Aviv. I don't believe that Jerusalem would be targeted because of its significance to both Muslims and to the Jews and to the Christians. And so I would think that that Jerusalem would be safe, but I think that Tel Aviv would certainly be a potential target.
We hear that President Biden will likely be making remarks tonight in light of this ongoing situation. What do you feel is most important for the president to say to Americans in light of this?
So I think that assurances that we have Israel's back, that we've been saying that all along, although we did waver a little bit in the UN Security Council with the vote on a ceasefire. When we abstained from that vote, it showed that we had a slight difference with Israel. But in the big picture, we have Israel's back. And I think President Biden will reiterate that to ensure that the Israelis know that we have their back, and to put the Americans on alert that we may be taking action to support Israel. But I'd also like to raise the specter of our southwest border being open like it is, that there may have been members of different terrorist groups that could have come into this country and have been waiting for orders to get into action. So we should also be on high alert for the possibility of actions being taken on the ground here. It's not a high probability, but it's still a possibility.
And while all of this is going on, Ken, there's still fighting going on in Gaza, correct?
Absolutely. So, the plans to go into Rafah is still in play, and negotiations trying to get hostages out is still in play. And so Israel had moved some of the IDF forces out with the idea of giving them rest before they start the final push into Rafah. Maybe Israel has some heads up that they may be needed to be rested for other purposes. They may have pre-positioned them to handle any type of Hezbollah attacks.
Could the Hezbollah piece of this become its own conflict in itself? Because I've been reading that it's been escalating in northern Israel and southern Lebanon to a degree that we maybe hadn't seen in the first few months of this war.
Yeah, it has ebbed and flowed. There was a period of massive number of missiles being launched and airstrikes, retaliation, and some rounds being fired across the border. And then it seemed to wane a little bit. But just last weekend, Hezbollah launched 50 missiles in one day, and Israel retaliated with airstrikes against a number of different military complexes. And consequently, it seems to be at a greater level than it has been in the last couple of weeks. But nonetheless, this is something that has ebbed and flowed throughout the period of time since October 7th. And like I said, there's always a couple of missiles in the air at some point on a daily basis. but the numbers have increased in the last week or so.
This is something you touched on earlier, but how autonomous are these proxies like Hezbollah? How do they get all of their marching orders from Iran, or do they have a bit of autonomy to them?
They do have somewhat of autonomy, but in the big picture, Iran provides money, Iran provides weapons, Iran provides training, Iran provides direction. Hezbollah, if they're told by Iran to cross the border, Hezbollah will probably cross the border.
And I'm curious, what are the questions that you're most looking forward to having answered in the next few hours as we move on here? What is it that you're going to be watching for? Obviously, the initial reports said that it could be hours before any sort of artillery actually reaches Israel from Iran, if it does in fact make it there at all. What are you looking for in the following hours?
So the big question in my mind is that in response to this launched drone attack, what is Israel going to do? That is, Israel has received an attack by Iran. It may be interdicted before it actually arrives in Israel, but Israel may feel compelled to escalate either against Iran directly or against some of the proxies. So I think that is another thing that the United States may be weighing in on, is trying to keep this from becoming a regional conflict, is that there may be back channel communications going on right now between the United States and Israel, trying to keep them from escalating into a regional conflict. Israel, at one point, a couple of weeks ago, said they were ready to go it alone. If they want to go to a regional conflict, I don't know if we're ready to go to a regional conflict or not. It depends on what President Biden says tonight.
Ken, we can't thank you enough for your analysis of this ongoing situation. We are going to continue our coverage. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you, Austin.
All right, so let's slide away really quick here. We are going to keep live with this as more details are coming in real time. We want to keep you updated. This is a live look at southern Israel. We are watching 3 different feeds out of the Middle East right now. This one out of southern Israel, this one out of Tel Aviv, this one out of northern Israel. Northern Israel, of course, is where we have seen a lot of that tit-for-tat fighting between Hezbollah and the IDF in northern Israel. So while we're looking at Tel Aviv, and I'll put this up here. So I'm just going to read through what we know so far from our affiliate partners, the Associated Press, as well as from Fox News Channel. Let's just read the latest, because there is a lot. Iran has launched drones from its own territory toward Israel late on Saturday, just days after its supreme leader warned that it would hit back in response to an airstrike on the Iranian consulate in Syria that left several generals dead. Earlier Saturday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Israel had for weeks, quote, been preparing for the possibility of a direct attack from Iran. The Prime Minister said that Israel's air defenses are deployed and they are ready for any scenario, both in attack and in defense. Israel has not yet claimed responsibility for the attack on Iran's consulate in Damascus, but many of our analysts and experts have told us there really wouldn't be anybody else in the region that would be capable of such a strike. Former IDF spokesman Jonathan Conricus, who is now with the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, otherwise known as the FDD, has told Fox News Digital that there are various ways that Israel has shot down drones in the past. Let's read a quote from Conricus saying, "The Houthis have been firing long-range drones, which are very similar to what the Iranians have just fired. They can either be taken down by the Iron Dome or by David's Sling or by helicopters or by fighter jets or a combination of them," according to Conricus. Conricus says that a lot of ways to get them down, drones down, and the fact that we are tracking them and seeing them incoming, that's quite reassuring, he says. But maybe the Iranians have something more interesting up their sleeve. We'll see, according to Conricus. That's something that our experts have been alluding to as well. The fact that this very well could be some sort of preemptive strike in order to just test the waters to see how Israel and the West responds to some sort of initial activity. Saturday night's attack came just hours after President Biden cut short a weekend trip to his Delaware beach house and returned to the White House to monitor the unfolding crisis. We watched Biden as he departed from Marine One and got into the motorcade and headed over to the White House earlier today. We will also say that earlier this week, Iran's supreme leader had promised to retaliate against Israel, saying, quote, "It will be punished" for the April 1st strike in Damascus that he described as a, quote, "wrongdoing" and akin to an attack on Iran itself. Prior to the attack, the U.S. State Department announced that it was restricting travel for government employees and their family members outside of major cities in Israel, as concerns remained high that Iran could strike. Senior Israeli leaders also held a meeting on Friday on the matter. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, U.S. CENTCOM Commander General Michael Eric Kurilla, and the Israeli security echelon at the Hatzor Israeli Air Force Base. The airstrike in Syria, that is what Iran is responding to at this point, that initial airstrike in Syria left 12 people dead, including 7 Iranian Revolutionary Guard members. Israel has not acknowledged any involvement in the strike, but again, as we have spoken to our experts and our analysts as time has gone by, there really wouldn't be too many other people who are capable of carrying out that type of attack. We are still queuing up our analysts and experts behind the scene. We do have Richard Medhurst standing by right now. He is an independent journalist and analyst. He is based at the UN in Vienna. And Richard, I want to make sure, do you have me here, Richard? Yes. So thank you for joining us. We appreciate your time here today. First off, we were expecting an attack. We didn't know exactly when it would come. We didn't know exactly what it would look like. Very well could be that we're just seeing the very beginnings of an attack right now. What's your analysis of what we've seen and heard so far?
Well, many people doubted the Iranians because if we look back at the Qasem Soleimani assassination, they said that the Iranian response was lackluster, that they had just hit the Ain al-Assad base in Iraq and it was just for show. And so many people thought this was also going to be just for show. And it turns out it's not. So it's no wonder that they've named this operation Sincere Promise. So they are in fact delivering on it. My analysis was that even if Iran don't do a thing, they don't lift a finger, they're still strong arming Israel in the sense that their economy is in ruins, the international image is in ruins. And so now to have this direct response, it's both grand and great in size, and also symbolically. You know, we have to say that this attack on the Iranian embassy in Damascus is something that's never happened before. We know that the United States bombed the Chinese embassy in the 90s, but at least they apologized afterwards. At least there was a semblance of guilt and regret. But in this case, it's just straight up, you know, dropping 6 missiles from an F-35 in the middle of the day. And it's an outrageous violation of the Vienna Convention. You know, if someone had bombed a US embassy in this manner, and I'm not saying someone, but another state had done that to a US embassy or an Israeli embassy, I think they would not just launch 150 drones, but they would be launching nukes, perhaps. Who knows? So I think that the response is, it was needed for Iran to show that it's not going to tolerate these kinds of actions. And it's needed for the whole world to understand that you cannot just bomb a consulate and expect no response. And unfortunately, you know, we're headed down this road because the United Nations, the World Court, they should be doing their jobs. They should be punishing Israel for this through the mechanisms that were set up after World War II. But unfortunately, nothing has happened. We didn't even have condemnation. You know, our government in England said absolutely nothing about this embassy bombing. But I'm sure that they'll be upset about Iran launching the drones tonight. So there's a lot of hypocrisy going on. And I don't think people understand how scandalous it is on an international scale to you know, kill 12 diplomats inside of a consulate, and on top of that, in a third country.
What do you make of the fact that, and again, I'll reiterate, we were expecting some sort of movement on this front, and now we're getting our first look at what this is actually looking like from Iran's perspective. What do you make of the fact that this is coming from Iran proper and not from a proxy?
Well, it has a lot of meaning, of course. It carries a lot of weight because we've never seen something like this before. I would dispute the term proxy because proxy would mean that
call to speak to these important topics today. So I guess with no further ado, we want to start.
Okay, I would like to start regularly every week with one update. I'm immediately. So I guess most of you already was the backward market. And even before that, there's already 2 days ago that this is the goal and also the Bitcoin in Vancouver. And this is what I would like to first tell you guys. You know, in Chinese, the crisis in Chinese actually that was just the crisis. That is and it was the crisis. So all of them have crisis and changes, but always have just I saw this one, and then I will show you start with copy. It's the symbol was starting from April 4th. So we notice you how it affects by the market. It has a profit growing by eventually at 2 days ago. I haven't yesterday. But the good thing is we always have the overall. So every year, you can keep about 10 days to still keep about the position. TMGM is a platform where the call, that's the copy. You can trade yourself. It's a big platform. We have more and more followers. They want to copy. So this is a Coinbase. I don't know if that would really give the opportunity and but this is not like that. This is not. It's exchange. It's Coinbase. It's basically Coinbase. Yeah. TM, later I will show you. It's not only for the, it also has some other program. So this is we just started this about a week ago, and it's good opportunity to show if risk is everywhere. But if you have a good strategy, you can avoid the uncomfortable loss. Gradually it was growing. Some people maybe panic in this loss, but it's still under control. And meanwhile, actually, what our team is, mainly we actually not focus so much we just copy our trade. Because that's we all rely on just one trade. We hope people can learn. That's why me actually every day keep both market analysis and also both the technical one and the fundamental one. The background, technical analysis, and then with what teaching the point which we can focus on and get in. So we hope our members gradually, while you copy the page, you can learn and use your own page. This is actually almost every day. This show you another. Each time we will give your opinion at which point you will get buy or sell or those. And with that, also she will remind what's the important news you need to look at or waiting for and in different markets. So this happens every day in our history. And just so you, And also see the several analysis tasks almost every time, and it's usually several members starting to pick up. And this is the one member. He just started this 2 weeks ago, and he started copying. He don't have any trading experience, and he did pretty good job. He consistently made just 250 and almost all. And he knows how to stop the loss. So he stopped the loss twice. And this is a really good start. We hope every member acquire them to copy more and more, and then starting to be independent. So this is a Discord. I actually several channels which focus on gold trading, oil trading, index trading, crypto trading, and so on. We now have one more trading copy available. Last week I reported to have TMGM. This is also called TMGM is one platform. You can trade gold, oil, index, currency pair, and crypto. But they have limited just several. And the big thing is focused on. Big I think is in top 5 or top 3 of the top 3 of crypto platform. So there is a lot of crypto, and also they have a lot of copy trading providers. If you can see their performance, and you can find, oh, this guy, I trust him or her, you can copy their code. But you don't know, we just we are here. It's a strategy. And then from now on, in our Discord, we starting another people can follow, or you can copy, but it's not what we said automatic copy. We have a trader, professional trader called Daniel. He would like to share the point of view in Discord. Just to share about the view, and if you join, you can discuss with me in this channel. And sometimes you can give some point share that I use, or I focus on several stocks. And then I can give several seeds that go up and down at some point. And if you like, you can discuss with me and follow. So this is one, not directly copy, but we think more and more of a members. It doesn't matter if you are professional or not. You can share. We all just, as the women say, learn or earn. Not just automatically earn. You learn, then you more and more confident. Right? Yeah, this is so this channel is what we just welcome the new opportunity from each other. Okay, thank you. So I will thank you very much for the next one.
Okay, well, and you're amazing.
I just present.
Well, you're an amazing presenter.
Thank you.
That's who's next? Paul? You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Move down, buddy.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, Robert will introduce him.
Oh, okay.
There you go. I'll introduce you. You're my favorite.
Yeah, that's always good.
So, Cole is actually one of the people that is more well spoken than myself. He's a long time ago, a couple of years ago, and we talked. I got to see him presenting with energy, very good knowledge, and also very keen heart to help beginners avoid and now test the water safely. And so very much information that you can learn from him from all skill levels. He has a good emphasis for those that are beginners, not scared to reach out to him and learn stuff. And we also partnered with a Coinos, which is a app that you can famous stuff that we'll tell you about, as well as a meme coin actually. So really pleasure to know you for a long time, and take it away.
Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it. Yeah. So I've been in Bitcoin since 2015, on and off. I shared my testimony last week. Also, I won't go through. I've come to realize that the true money to be made, the true profits to be made, are in altcoins, not Bitcoin. And Bitcoin will make you money, but you'll make way more money percentage-wise with altcoins. Realize. So the coin that I'm going to be talking about today is called CTO, Chief Control Officer. It's a meme coin. Is everybody here familiar with meme coin? Is anyone here not familiar with meme coins? Okay. So you can see up here. Are you able to see the screen, bro? Is it joking? Oh yeah, no. He's just up here. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, you actually are? Oh, okay. Because right. Okay. So, are you able to see the screen properly? So, you can see there too. Oh, nice. Okay, great. Oh yeah. And then here, just make it like just do it. Thank you. So it says. You'll see here it says Elon Musk. There's a reason why it says Elon Musk, Chief Control Officer. Elon Musk has a reputation for making certain meme coins go ballistic. When I say ballistic, we're talking tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of percent. That's how much Elon Musk makes coins go up. The reason why it says Elon Musk is because the idea of this coin came from when Elon Musk made his Twitter bio CTO-Chief Control Officer. So this is a real, when I was supposed to have that part behind it, but yeah, that's what it should be. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, for sure. Yes. Okay, so that is a screenshot of Elon Musk's Twitter bio, and when he posted that, so the reason why Elon Musk did this is because he does troll people on Twitter sometimes. Does everyone know what I mean by that? When I say someone trolls somebody, so if I make a joke to you, or if I make a joke about these flowers, or I actually like them, but I make a joke about how bad they are, how bad looking they are. That's me trolling you. That's me trolling the person who bought the flowers. Right? Trolling means I joke around, people playing jokes with people. Elon Musk does that a lot. He always has certain intentions behind it too. He actually has good intentions behind a lot of it. So that's why he did this, because he is the CTO of Twitter. He owns Twitter, obviously, but he's also the CTO of it, technical officer. So that's what his words there. When he did that, the coin was created in January. So he made his bio like this in January of this year. We created the coin based on that. Why do we want meme coins in our own? So why do we want meme coins in our portfolio? Can anyone answer why we want meme coins in our portfolio? Okay, Okay, that's a great answer. Yeah, diversification, definitely.
Timing.
Timing.
Because like Bitcoin was once 1 cent and now it's hovering around 95 Canadian. And so this is another chance to get in on something low and that it will go completely high.
That's right. It's a good idea to get into a project when it's new. If it's a good quality project and it has fundamentals just means parts of it that are going to make it go up the market value. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So this here is a picture of the comparison of how well the meme coin sector in crypto performed compared to the other crypto sectors. Okay? So those are all other just crypto sectors, essentially, right? There's like a gaming sector, there's the DeFi sector, the AI sector, which has a lot of buzz, right? So people have been making on average more money with meme coins than any other type of crypto. At least this year. And it's actually like that even the last crypto cycle as well. Like if people looked at how much money Shiba Inu made, Dogecoin, Shiba Inu, and some of the coins like that happened last year, like people made like good money from that as well. With any project, with any crypto project, or most business models in all business segments, marketing is everything. Like not 100%, but most of your success will rely on marketing. And I read in the book, The Irrefutable Laws of Marketing, and what that book taught me is that an average idea with $1 million is 100 times more successful than a great idea without funding marketing. Right? Yeah. Like if you look at Britney Spears, for example, when she was at her peak, she's probably not the most beautiful woman on the planet Earth. I wouldn't say necessarily. She's probably not the best singer on the planet Earth. She's probably not the best dancer on the planet Earth. Right? I'm sure there's other better singers, other better dancers out there in the world somewhere. But she was marketable. They marketed her. That's why she was so successful as a brand at her peak. So CTO, you have marketers. They're the same marketers from the team. Let's go branding. That project, Go Branding, made it to a $380 million market cap from zero. Like not actually from zero, but I'm saying it's from 10,000 or 20,000. So I'll say zero to help them. Does anyone here know what Let's Go Branding comes from? Is that you don't know? Does anybody here know where that comes from? Do you want to say? Yeah, exactly. So it was a meme. It was a joke that was created. Let's Go Brandon. It means what he said, right? It was a shot against Joe Biden in 2022. So this project caught the attention of a lot of big people. Some of those people that are listed here, Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, he's got a lot of influence. Of course, NASCAR is a big name that everyone knows about. They were getting behind it, promoting it, multiple of those players, such as George Masvidal, who has a very big following, and people as big as Donald Trump. Of course, Donald Trump is really happy. And there's videos of this stuff. Like George Masvidal, one of the UFC fighters, was trending a lot at the time. When he won his match, his MMA match, you know how he always gets fighters get introduced after their MMA match. He said, "Shout out to Let's Go Brandon," after he won his last match, right? And then Donald Trump is literally on video at his 2022 presidential rally, right? He didn't get it, so there's a lot of angry people around him. A lot of people wanted to jump on that because they wanted to go to a live video. And all these videos of all this stuff is online. The market cap is verifiable. You can look at the history of Let's Go Brandon. When I found this, and James Katulis is one of Donald Trump's lawyers who has a very, very big following and presence in social media. I'm not necessarily a Donald Trump supporter, but like this project is very good, and the same marketers with the same connections are now with the CTO. Not all of them, but a few of them. And I'm going to show you how we can tell that the marketer was. Here's some of the influencers who have promoted CTOs so far. And it's all verifiable with their past tweets and their Instagram posts. Is everybody here, who here has not heard of Kid Carson? Okay, so Kid Carson is a very well-known radio host in Canada. Some people claim him as the Joe Rogan of Canada. Some people say that. There's some articles that call him that. So he's got a very big influence in Canada, especially in Vancouver. Very good quality following. He's been promoting CTO for months. Since before I was involved in CTO, so since like early February, he's been promoting CTO. You see it on his Instagram posts, you see it on his website, and Twitter as well. That's Twitter. James O'Keefe is by far the biggest influencer that we've caught the attention of. So he tweeted about us. He had CTO featured on his Twitter Spaces. I believe it was 2 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago. But that was really good. We also had Eunice Wong. She specializes in announcing crypto projects and making them shoot. She's been announcing Ret, which is a meme coin on Coinbase chain. We announced that at I think 2 million market cap. Now it's at hundreds of millions of market cap. So Eunice Wong, that's what she does. She specializes in crypto projects going to shooting up a lot. She's tweeted about us, and we have another agreement with her coming up. She's going to talk about us again. Doge is Elon Musk's friend in real life. So you can see he's got a big following on X. Like if you have even 50,000 followers on X or Twitter, like you're kind of a big deal. Like you're a person of influence for sure. Like 100,000, even more so. 500,000, James O'Keefe, 2.3 million. That's just crazy, right? Which is amazing. So CB Doge has a lot of influence. And he was posting, when he was tweeting about us, he posted a couple joke pictures. One of them was Elon Musk with a wig on, a long wig, and a shirt. And the shirt said Chief Troll Officer with the troll face in the middle of his t-shirt. When he did that, we went up 8,000% in one day. This is all, everything I'm showing you is all verifiable on the chart. He mentioned us again a couple days after that, and we pumped 7,000% in 4 days. You can see the all-time high there. So we actually beat all-time high. Yeah. So this is the current state of CTO. I just showed you what happened when it pumped in the early stages, went down, and now this is the current stages of it. You can see we beat all-time highs recently. That was from the James O'Keefe, the hype building with James O'Keefe's Twitter Spaces. And to those of you who don't know what Twitter Spaces is, I assume most people know, but it's just like a podcast. It's a podcast on Twitter. Very, very, very popular with people. So you can see, and then you can see the wick that went low. Full transparency, I can tell you exactly like what that was. One of the influencers that we are partnered with, a big person who's kind of more behind the scenes. She dumped her coins out of a panic and she thought it was going to go high, but she bought back in the market. Right? So we're good on that. But you can see we beat all-time highs from the James O'Keefe podcast. That's without Elon Musk. Elon Musk has not talked about this since the early days of the project. It was CB Doge. He hasn't talked about us very much since then either. We're not relying on Elon Musk and CB Doge, but we are getting their attention a lot. We were on James O'Keefe's Twitter Spaces. That's proof of how strong our marketing connections are. And it shows how much closer we're getting to Elon Musk mentioning us again. Because Elon Musk follows James O'Keefe's Twitter closely. He comments on James O'Keefe's Twitter tweets regularly. And Elon doesn't do that with many people, obviously. And then he follows CB Doge a lot too. There's pictures of CB Doge hanging out with Elon Musk on Twitter. We got 8,000%, 7,000. So 8,000% would be the 8x, right? Sorry, 8x. 10x is 1,000%. 80x is 8,000%. So if you had $1,000, be a lot of money. Right? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yes, good question. The market cap right now is only 1 million. Yeah, which is a small market cap, but our liquidity is about 175K, 170K. Now, market cap is something to talk about with coins, but it doesn't tell the whole story. I just mentioned that our liquidity is about 175K. That means there's $175,000 US that's in the project right now, that's come into the project. The market cap's only 1 million though. I can give you examples of other coins that have a 10 million market cap, but their liquidity is only $70,000. Right? So, where am I trading? This is Dex Screener. DexScreener.com or DexTools.io. I highly recommend both of those websites for a lot of coins because they show you the audit score of coins. I would never recommend people get into coins that don't have a near perfect safety score with the cryptocurrency auditors. CTO has a 99 out of 99 safety score with DexTools.io. That is a bold statement because DexTools.io will catch hidden things in the code and shady things within the code in the project. So CTO, the smart contract, for those of you who don't know what that is, smart contract is just what you need to have to create a coin. When you create a coin, I create a coin right now, there has to be a smart contract with it. So the smart contract of CTO is renounced. That means that no one can change it. It is a code that's written in stone. So even the lead developer cannot change anything about CTO, even if he wanted to. Let's say he woke up on the wrong side of that. I think I'm going to screw everyone over and change the code. He literally can't do that because the contract is renounced. The ownership of the contract is renounced. And which makes it safe. Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin has smart contracts too. And the reason why a lot of people trust Bitcoin is because no one person actually controls it. It can't be shut off. No one can go into the Bitcoin code and change it. The code can be changed in Bitcoin, but it's not up to like 3 people. You know what I mean? It has to be a very, very big amount of people coming together. So that's why people trust Bitcoin. In a similar way that people trust Bitcoin, not exactly the same, but in a similar way, people can trust CTO because the contract ownership is pronounced. So that's promoted in past tense. Already promoted us. You see all that on their Twitter. Influencers. These are some of the influencers coming up. David Morrell. He doesn't have a very big following on Instagram or Twitter because he doesn't really care about that, and his clientele doesn't really follow that. He is more focused on traditional people, traditional investors, traditional finance people, traditional finance following, right? He's literally had Grant Cardone on his show 3 times. If you have Grant Cardone on your show even 1 time, I would say you're kind of living. Your influence has been pulled, I would say. If you have Grant Cardone on your show 1 time. This guy's had him on his show 3 times. Robert Kiyosaki, the author, Rich Dad Poor Dad, one of my favorite. I used to say Rich Dad Poor Dad was in my top 3. I would say it's top 2 of my favorite books I've ever read in my life. It was my favorite for a while, but I mean, like, it hovers my first or second favorite because it teaches people how money works. It teaches people about how not to be a slave to money. Rich Dad Poor Dad taught me, when I read that book in 2014, it taught me that I was a slave to money. I was a slave to my job, right? So even though I felt good about myself because I had an okay sized paycheck from my job, a 9 to 5, I was like, yeah, I got it all going on. I got money, I got like some assets, but I was a slave. I was a highly paid slave, as Robert Kiyosaki defined that as. Now, I don't think having a job is a bad thing. I should never say that. I don't want to say that. But being attached to your job to a point where you need to survive, I would say that is something that will benefit. Having freedom is important, right? And Robert Kiyosaki talks about passive income freedom. Bruce Buffer, the announcer of UFC, He's been on the show. Like, these are like big people. David Cook was a really very successful comedian. Patrick Bet-David is one of the guys who runs Valuetainment. So Valuetainment is a very successful online talk show. They've had Michael Saylor on there. They've had a bunch of people. So, and then many more as well. The website's there. I can send everybody this PowerPoint if you want. I'll send you the information of the websites and stuff like that. And then you'll have the website to all this stuff. Ms. Wong, I just talked to you about her. She specializes in pumping crypto projects to the moon, like hundreds of thousands of percent. We're talking to her. Like when I say we're talking to these people, I'm not talking about like DMs and Twitter or DMs and Telegram. We're talking on the phone. That's what I mean. Just so you know, right? There's a lot of like companies, crypto companies, saying, we're talking to them, and technically they're talking to them, but it's not as personal of a conversation. And now there's an owner we're talking to. It's two people. They own 3 exchanges in Canada. They are going to list CTO on their exchanges. This is one of the best kind of news you can have for a crypto startup, is being listed on an exchange. Right? But when we get our coin listed on an exchange, it's going to move and it's going to go up. And that's not even going to hit our target. I told you that our market cap was about 1 million. We were up to 2.5 million at the James O'Keefe podcast or James O'Keefe Twitter Spaces. Our target is like 100 million. Like we've been talking about 100 million market cap. That's our goal, right? So we are very confident that partnering with the exchange, I can't say the name yet because we do have an agreement with them that they want us to announce it after they, and it's going to be probably end of next week. It's going to be announced. So I just can't actually say right now, but it's really big. This is short. I'm not saying this is far away. This is really quick. This is soon. So if you want to buy some coins, I highly recommend it now. I shouldn't say that. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a financial advisor. Right? I'm not a financial advisor. Consulting financial advisor. What's anything that I'm saying? Okay. I have to say that, right? But yeah, disclaimer. I'm not a financial advisor. Like none of this is financial advice. I'm just a guy who lives in BC, Canada, who likes to make money. That's all I am. And I'm sharing some ideas with you, right? Some ideas that might help you based on my experience of me getting help with money. So these are not the only influencers we have coming up. These are the only influencers that I'm quote unquote allowed to talk about right now that we're talking to. We are talking to other people like we're legitimately having good conversations with other influencers as well. That train that never stopped. Train of influencers like that we're all talking to, that never stopped. The connections we have, we're always talking to very big people. One of the people that we're talking to regarding marketing, she golfs with Donald Trump. Right? That's a pretty personal connection to someone that high up. Oh yeah. Right. How many coins? There's 100 billion. I believe there's 100 billion coins. And then I don't think there's inflation. There's no inflation. I'm glad you brought that up. So everyone knows what inflation means with coins or our dollar, right? It's deflationary a little bit. Inflationary. There's a burn. Yeah. I'm really glad you brought that up. We have a game that's the CTO team created. It's a game. It's a gambling game. Has anyone here heard of the very popular, very famous gambling game called Crash? Anybody? So that was popular amongst a certain kind of people, but it was very popular amongst the world. Well, I shouldn't say the world, but like North America, a lot of people in the States know about it, right? Crash basically copied the game Crash, or the CTO. They copied the game Crash. And they made their own version of it on Telegram. And you fund your game account CTO coins only. So I can fund my account with 10,000 coins. Then I can bet minimum 5,000 coins. Less than $1, right? Minimum $5,000 coins. 5,000 coins per round of the game. So you can double your money. It's similar. It's not as risky as slots, I wouldn't say, but you can double and triple your money in a matter of seconds, or you can lose all of it in a matter of seconds or a round. So that is where the burn mechanism comes into play. The profits that CTO makes from the game, a portion of that is burned. Burn, whenever I say a crypto coin is being burned, that means deleted from existence, which is a good thing. You want part of the supply of something, whether it's crypto coins or anything else, you want part of it to be burned. Burn is the actual name in the coding aspect, right? So it's coded, it's pre-coded into the smart contract of CTO. Yeah, so the devs have that coded into it. Yeah, good. Yeah, please.
I was just going over my head more and more. Oh, okay. That's understandable.
You just said it perfect. Like I mean, it's lost. If there's lost Bitcoin, like if someone loses $1 billion in Bitcoin, they lose their secret passwords to their hardware wallet. It's really bad for them, and I feel sorry for them, but it's good. Yeah. But if you want to come in,
Maybe from Meetup, I don't know.
Robert, you want to?
It could be.
But if someone loses access to their coins, that means they'll never sell them, right? So we wish, all of us in this room, we wish that all the multi-billionaires would come sell. Hi, how you guys doing? Good to have you here. We're just go for the video and take your extra seats. Yeah, there's actually 2 seats there, or 3 seats. Or no, 2 seats. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can see that screen up there.
So there's no like a centralized like organization that actually leads the burns.
Yeah, it's preset. The burning is preset.
Okay.
Yeah, the burning. Yeah, exactly. So what he said is what a lot of coins do with transaction fees. But just so you know, we don't do transaction fees. CTO doesn't. But what Robert said is common with a lot of crypto projects. We might even want to implement some sort of small transaction fee, but right now we don't have any transaction fees ourselves. You'll still have to pay the blockchain transaction fees when you're out of CTO's control, right? What was your name, sorry? Nice to meet you, Tommy. Yeah, we're just talking about this coin. It's a cool coin. I'm not going to tell you everything again because I just Yeah.
There's only $1 million market cap. How does that work?
So there's a lot of, so there's that many coins, and like I'll give you an example, like 20 million coins. The price is 0.001 right now, so do the math. Yeah, no, yeah, the price of the coin is low, yeah, so right now,
hang on a minute.
that's the price.
Fully authorized, fully authorized.
What is that?
Well, you create the white paper.
Yeah.
No. Authorized. So the white paper says, okay, we're going to authorize whatever 100 billion tokens, and then to create the company, you start with 10,000 tokens, and then you do another offering, and now you're up to 100,000 tokens. Another offering, and then eventually you're up to around 300 million tokens.
So you're saying
all through offerings.
So you're asking if we're going to add, if we've been adding to the supply. So I'm glad he just asked that. We are not adding to the supply, and we can't add to the supply because the smart contract is announced. So the supply won't change. That's good that you brought that up.
And so how many tokens are outstanding right now?
I can look into that off the top of my head. I don't know.
$500 million, you said?
Yeah. You can look it up on this here right now. Yeah. I'm sorry, 1 million. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes me feel better.
Yeah. But even if it was 100 million, the fact that we have like the liquidity in the market cap, right? Liquidity price and market cap, that's important. So you want to have, like, I would say for a crypto startup that's healthy liquidity, having under 75K liquidity, under 70K liquidity is healthy. You don't want to invest in a crypto startup that has like 5,000 liquidity or $10,000 liquidity. There's a lot of those out there, and I've been through the past.
That's like a big problem.
No, that's not. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean liquidity is the full amount of dollars that have been put into the project, and everybody might be you.
But what's the million?
Right now, I don't know what that is. Yeah, like it ranges, right? Like James O'Keefe was 6 figures, and that's verifiable with the past stuff. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I was going to, yeah, exactly. So this is that yellow bar there is a trend line. So all that means is that's a line that I drew, that yellow part. It just shows that the price of the project, the project is holding strong above that trend line. That's a consistent uptrend. That's the actual term, is uptrend. But anything's an uptrend, any stock in crypto. The fact that we've maintained that throughout multiple dumps in the market, especially even today, like that, it's the last. Well, just saying, there's a lot of people that hold the coin, right? I wish that no one would sell. I wish. But there is people that, like even during the James O'Keefe thing, like some people panicked when one person sold 10 grand, when another person sold 3, and it cascaded. Like, but that's the same with all crypto projects. If someone starts selling like a large amount, it'll create more sell pressure. That's all crypto projects.
It's also short, right?
Sorry?
Short.
Short? You cannot short this. You can't short this. You cannot short this coin, yeah. You can only short coins that are on an exchange, and that exchange is putting up liquidity for it, right? Yeah. But this is not on a centralized exchange yet. And even coins that are on a centralized exchange, that doesn't mean that you can short it as well. You have the exchange itself has to put up the excess liquidity for you to short the coin, right? So you can't just short every coin. Yeah, that's how a short is. Shorts are a little complicated to understand exactly how they work, but that's a very good basic way to explain what a short is. Yeah. So anyways, so that last candle, these are called candlesticks. I know 90% of people know that, but just for people who don't. These are candlesticks, those colors. You see the last one farthest to the right? That's pretty small, right? That's this past 24 hours. That small one. If you look at the rest of the crypto market today, a lot of stuff is dumping pretty hard, right? So we didn't even wick down and go back up. Bitcoin wicked down. Wick just means it went down. Bitcoin went down to 62,000, and as he was showing, 60? Really? Crazy. That's even worse. Now it's back up to 64,000 or something like that, 64.5 maybe, something like that. So that means Bitcoin wicked down. This is a candle wick down to 60 up to 64.
Time to buy.
Yeah. So for us, we didn't even wick down. You can see that. Right? Yeah. So that just goes to show the strength of the community. It's whale heavy. So the community has a lot of large holders. This project does. I'm one of them, right? So that means that we're all on the same page, right? We are not the biggest holders of this coin are not quick to sell, and that's evident right now. I'm kind of glad this whole crypto market happened earlier today. I'm not happy, but I'm happy to see that it showed this. I know it's going to come back. It's all good. I know crypto's going to bounce back from 60,000 up high. Yeah, you can be, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. So, and then this is, you can find us in our link tree, SCCO meme, that shows you all of our links and everything, all our social medias. On CoinGecko, pretty good. is where you can see the coin prices of most coins, right? We're listed on CoinGecko. We're talking to CoinMarketCap as well. We're going to be listed on CoinMarketCap soon. That's going to be a small milestone for us. It's going to have a big impact, but it's a small milestone compared to the other milestones. Merge. DEX tools. I mentioned DEX tools earlier. We have a 99. I want to talk about that quickly again. So with DEX tools, I mentioned we have a 99 out of 99 safety score. They don't give that to all crypto projects. There's tons of crypto projects on DEX tools that have like 50 out of 99, 30 out of 99. Yeah, there's right. That's the problem. It's supposed to have like, whoa, be scared. There's a reason why. The audits that happen. There's audits that have to happen with crypto projects for them to look legitimate. We've had audits passed with flying colors, obviously. Well, I shouldn't say obviously, based on the stuff I'm telling you, right? How DEX tools different. And token sniffer. TokenSniffer.io.
That's a
Yeah. So TokenSniffer.io, I recommend to everybody to look at projects on TokenSniffer.io. So when you go there, you can type in the smart contract. You can type in the coin contract address, which is just the coin address on TokenSniffer. And it'll tell you the score. So we have a perfect score there on TokenSniffer as well. TokenSniffer does not give perfect scores to everybody, right? Regarding the code, regarding all of that stuff, you can trust it. Uniswap. The reason why we have Uniswap listed there, Uniswap is just a DEX. It's a decentralized exchange where you can buy them in the coin. We just listed Uniswap there because we're dealing with a lot of people in the United States, and Uniswap is very easily usable in the United States. So we're at networking events. By the way, CTO, we've been the sponsor of multiple events in Vancouver recently. I've been a speaker at multiple networking events. Kid Carson himself had he has really cool networking events. By the way, go follow him and stuff. He's a really, really nice guy, super good guy. He has networking events on a regular basis that are very vibrant. Really cool people go to those things on a variety of different events. And I was a speaker at his event. So that was the first time I really got to know him a little bit. That Medium is an article about us. Mediums, they do a lot of articles about crypto projects. Does anyone have any questions so far? Anything that maybe I didn't cover? The questions might have. I told you much the roadmap. Yeah. So we're talking to the owners of 3 exchanges in Canada. It's 2 guys, and they own 3 exchanges in Canada. I just can't say the exact name yet, but it's coming down the chute like in a week. So our plans are to expand to as many exchanges as possible, and we're just always talking to influencers, many different influencers. The ball is rolling; it doesn't happen overnight; it takes time. And the fact that we've gotten these influencers already, and keep in mind, we've only been online as a coin since January. So from January till now, it's not very long. It's a few months, right? And we've already gotten influencers like that to talk about our coin. I like to think that this project is going to be a huge success. We're not having to help anyone get set up. And there's going to be short-term dips, of course. Whenever you're dealing with a coin that's a small market cap coin like this, there's going to be short-term dips. What do you do with it? Well, you can play the game. You can play the game, which is the gambling game that we created. It's very fun. We have a game night twice a week, Tuesdays and Saturdays. And the game night is where everybody gets together, not everyone, but people who want to get together. I mean, last time, and we play the game together because you can play each round with 10 people at once. So if you go to a casino and you play a game called Craps, that's the big pool table looking thing. And it's deep, and you throw dice. And when you throw dice, you can play with 10 people around the table. So one person throws the dice, 10 people are all relying on that one dice roll, right? That's what it's here. So this game I'm telling you about, the Crash game, it's called Troll Wrecked. And absolutely, that's exactly what it is, created by us, created by CTO of the game. Yeah, and I've literally dumped my money twice on that game, like a small amount of coins, but it's a gambling game. Yeah, it's operating right now in Telegram. You go into the CTO Telegram group, which is on our link tree now. Sorry. Yeah, the game itself. Yeah, you have to play the game as in Telegram. You go into the game and then you press start. I can like walk you through that, but there's instructions how to do it. CTO game. And then she asks, what can you do with the coin? That's what she asked. So I mentioned the game. I mean, there's not, like, it is a meme coin, right? So remember so meme coins don't have a lot of utility, but the next biggest utility that this coin does have is that we're a freedom of speech movement. Yeah, I know. I like that because the reason, for those of you who don't know, the reason why you just made that joke is because certain YouTube channels have been removed for having or expressing right in Canada. And yeah. So yeah, but when you want I the CTO, you're making a statement that you're supporting a freedom of speech movement. We supported people such as Kristen Nagel. So Kristen Nagel is an influencer online. She was one of the people responsible for organizing one of the rallies, the trucker rally, organizing a rally during the trucker rally that happened in Ontario. She didn't do anything illegal. Her and her followers came together. None of them did anything illegal. They're just coming together, protesting essentially, which is illegal. They weren't causing any problems, no damage, not breaking the law at all, and she's being taken to court for 6 figures. And we are donating part of our CTO earnings on the game to her fund that she has. She has a fund, she's raising money to pay for her court fees. Right? So we as CTO, we are donating our CTO coins to Kristen Nagel's fund to help her. So she's standing up for freedom of speech. We're talking to a bunch of other freedom of speech advocates as well. Kristen Nagel's a freedom of speech advocate. So it's with CTO, we support freedom of speech advocates. So the utility would be that, like that's another part of the utility. Other than that, though, remember it is a meme coin, so it doesn't have utility like such as you can't run a computer on it, like Ethereum is a virtual machine, right? But remember, like what I said about meme coins, even though it doesn't have like that much utility to it, because it's a meme coin, right? Meme coins make the most money, right? Meme coins make the most money out of all crypto sectors. It is all about people buying into the coin. How does the coin price go up, right? It's by people buying it, more people buying it. How does the price go down? People selling it. You know what else that's also true for? Every cryptocurrency in existence and Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the same thing. Bitcoin only goes up from new people's money coming in, buying at market price on a spot. Not on a chain, but just buying the spot. And when Bitcoin's price goes down, that happens because people are selling it, right? Like that, it's the same thing. So just understand, don't focus on the utility part because it doesn't have much utility other than the I mentioned. But meme coins are making people more money than anything.
Other than listed on
Three exchanges in Canada, yeah.
Exchanges, right?
Yeah.
Who are listed? Are they going to be treated as securities or as?
Well, it's not a security or a utility token. Yeah, no, it won't. Neither of those. Yeah, so security is a little bit different. The SEC is crashing down on a lot of crypto projects, and if you look at like the XRP whole lawsuit, I assume, does everyone know about the XRP lawsuit with SEC? I'm pretty sure everyone knows about it, right? So I'm glad you brought that up because with the XRP lawsuit, we all know XRP won the lawsuit, right? But it was not easy for them. It was not easy. In my opinion, I think there is parts of XRP that was a security, but that doesn't matter. What I think what matters is whether they win or lose, and they won, which is good for crypto, the image crypto. But XRP, when I say it wasn't easy for them to win the lawsuit against the SEC, yeah, it cost them $200 million in legal fees. That's what it cost them to win that fight against the SEC, right? So even though XRP is not fully innocent, they were able to win because they just paid the best.
defending that they're
Not a-
their utility. They're not.
They're defending they're not a security.
They're not supported.
That's what they're defending.
So
Yeah.
for your token traded
Yeah.
on Canadian exchange,
Yeah.
it's going to be either a utility or a security, right?
Yeah, we're just not a security. We're just that's all.
They're utility.
You could call us that. I don't want to leave
So the
it
reason
that.
I brought it up because I'm having a conversation with a lawyer, and what he was telling me was, hey, trade token deemed as security in Canada, unless they have a prospectus.
Yeah. I know we've already hashed out the legal
Okay.
documents needed.
That's my question.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Yeah, we do have the legal steps in order to be able to do it. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Yeah, we're not. Oh, that's right. Cool. Oh, I would just say. I mean, technically, I don't actually work for the team, but I'm just really close. I'm in very close contact with them. I am part of the team, depending on how you want to word that, but I don't actually work for the company itself, right? There's just a community, a very small, tight-knit community of people who make decisions and vote on decisions, right? On like what to do marketing-wise, right? That's the types of decisions we make. Yeah, so my role would just be like business development and promoting because I like the coin. And then also, me and Min know some of the same people, and it's really cool that I was with another investor who invested like a decent chunk of money into CTO. I was with him last week, and he was like, "Yeah, I should talk to my friend Min." And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah, she owns the TSA Bitcoin Shop." I'm like, "No way, you're kidding me! I was just speaking there. I was just there like 2 years ago. You're kidding me." So it's a small world here, and which is good. Right? So me and Ben know some mutual people who have invested. Now it's 5 figures. Oh, yeah. That's cool, right? So everyone, like TSA, you can buy crypto from TSA, OTC exchange. Okay. Thanks, man. Thanks. Appreciate your help.
I hope it's there.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, for sure. And then maybe you want me to like mention it. Sorry, okay, does anyone have any questions? I think I've covered it. Okay. Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you.
Wow, Nicole, that was. You know, I just I'm a little older probably than most of you here, but it's interesting how everything comes full circle, right? And I would say about 25 years ago, I read a book called Math Psychology. And really, that's all it is. It just talks about math psychology. It talks about the fine contagion that you can that can be evolved. Right? I come from the capital world, and I've been raising money in the regulated side of the venture capital markets. And in order to get a venture stock rolling and rocking and rolling also, you have to have an army of marketers promoting that company to create what I call a fine. You have to have it, right? And it's interesting. I mean, that's like 25, 30 years ago I read the book. For me, it's been an awakening for everything that I've ever done. How can this evolve into a mass psychology movement, which eventually can be a buying future? And Cole speaks to that. And I guess maybe summary, that's really what it's all about. You have now, of course, you have influencers, you have people that can come in and do that. You're the driver's seat, right? So Cole, if you're able to make that happen, you're an amazing guy, and you're accomplishing great things, and keep the drive alive.
Thank you very much, Raymond.
Great. So next up is Melanie, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Melanie just wants to say that want to thank everybody coming. This is our 11th meetup. And Melanie, I'm not sure I need to make a lot of introduction for Melanie because all you have to do is look at her. And she, let's face it, she's shining light in everywhere she goes. So Melanie, why don't you come on up and shine the light?
Shine the light. We gotta shine the light bright. Yes, my name is Melanie, and I love this really on feel like everyone wants to come in, opening your doors and letting us have this and I met Min about I don't know how many months ago, but I know we've done 11 meetups together, so like something. 11 weeks. It's been a great journey, and I've learned a lot since I've been here. I've met some amazing people, and I'm really grateful for the growing, and you have to come together and really support one another with our project, and because there's no I in team, and I love building teams. One of my favorite things to do is to be part of a big team, and for our team growing, I'm super excited about that. Something that's sad on right now with what's going on in the world, and what's even more important to get into a positive environment like this where we can collaborate and where we can share ideas, come together, roll up our sleeves, share connection. But without further ado, I want to actually introduce the owner of the store, Min Hong. She has 20 years of business development experience and has a background in mergers and acquisitions. Also, she specializes specifically in blockchain and DeFi NFTs and has an MBA in finance. And she had this vision. She created the store and has all of her digital NFTs, her songs, considered her artwork, and so that she can educate people and giving her time every day to educate people. She's also an articulate trader. She does her own trading, and she has shared some of the strategies with us and that she actually taught us 2 systems that she's utilizing. She's absolutely brilliant and one of her clients, and so honored and she's also one of my mentors. So thank you since I started working here, and I have to say my life has changed. Everything is improving. Finances is improving. I've been making more connection. So many clients, all thanks to you. I've met so many other people. Ken and Terry and some of our regulars who feel like cool and happy. He's a wonderful and just all of us together. Robert, of course, who's every weekend a business partner, who's fighting with her right now is and so it also makes it easy to us here and everybody here meeting up every week. And absolutely we love you being here because together we can have a great impact for our community and an environment, and West Side should definitely need something like this. People need to get educated. It's a great place to get educated and to try and make new friends and be around like-minded people. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the microphone over to Min to say a few words about the store and the products and services that she offers, and then we're going to all introduce Robert after Min is finished because I've known him for 20 years, and Raymond will be doing the closing as well because he's a great closer.
Thank you, Melanie. Yeah, thank you everyone for being here. This is 11th for number 1. So this is our key products, POS for Bitcoin sell and buy. If you are interested in our franchise POS system and talk to our franchise managers. And also, if you are interested in membership, TSA offers the best membership package and also more instruction and information about our TSA membership. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to over to Robert.
I can introduce
Robert. Brand of me, quite often quite often comes. Oh, that's good. Oh, nice. Yeah.
I'll introduce.
That's why I was reminded you of your face. Luke. Yeah.
This is one of my biggest.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Every month.
wow. Yeah. I actually didn't know that. That means that's a good customer. That's really good to know.
I can introduce Robert.
Yeah.
So I've known Robert for about 2 years now, and I actually met him at a Robert TSA conference. I never got to meet Robert exactly, but we were playing a game called Cash Flow. And Robert was doing some of the things in real life that were played in the game, such as buying real estate with zero down. And it was in 2009, so don't age ourselves to go back that far. Almost 20 years. No, it was actually before 2009. Because I ended up buying a property actually in 2009, and it was some of the stuff that Robert taught me was the reason why I was able to get into the real estate market. With pretty much next to it, and I bought a really nice house just about when I was turning, I won't say how old, but I knew Robert from those days, and he taught everything there, a lot of things that were my venture opportunities. So how if you have a very good business, but you maybe don't have a lot of money that you need to invest in that, you can actually pool your money and your resources together and buy something together and fix it up and sell it. Or, you can also put your money together and buy, say, a real estate tower. And so we do have quite a few of those different businesses on our network. And Robert he won a stock trading competition at the age of 21 and was able to buy himself a penthouse in downtown Vancouver, and also has been doing day trading. He was 10 years old. And one thing I do like about Robert is that he does like to share his education, especially with real estate, because that's the area that I work with Robert in. He does like to share his knowledge with people that may not know about how to invest in real estate, and especially right now with interest rates high, he does have some strategies as to how you can navigate through that and still get your real estate that you want at a price that you want, and using sometimes other people's money even to purchase a real estate property. There's different ways that you may not have thought about before that are available to you, so please feel free to ask Robert about that. But without further ado, Robert, I'll let you present your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Melanie. Yeah, Melanie's also wonderful to work with. And so, it's always good to come together, and everyone has, I believe, something you can learn from them. And so I'm always investigating, I'm always learning since the age of 10. And I've just been doing it for a long time. I will age myself. So I'm actually turning 40, believe it or not. So I've been trading 30 years since the age of 10 now. And so that's, they say it takes about 10,000 hours to master anything. It's like about 1%. I've been doing 30,000 hours trading, but also 30,000 hours of real estate. But I'm not here to talk about myself. I'd rather talk about what's going on in the world a little bit, and give you guys a little bit of value to from trading. That you can finding out. So without further ado, let's just go into Finland. I would pull up Finland of all countries. Okay, so I should have to guess. So what is Finland is what is the big deal with Finland right now? Ooh, that's a perfect answer. Usually I have to find a way to say yes, then but it's even better if that's the correct answer. It's so correct. And that's exactly it. But specifically, what's
and in hockey, you don't know how to think.
You're actually really good at hockey. My team is actually let's do that. So I'm actually from Poland. I was born in Australia. And I came here when I was 8 years old, and I started playing hockey when I was 9, skating when I was 9, hockey when I was 10, training when I was 10. And so, but my background is Polish, and I'm actually from a town that's also got about 1,000 people, but it's probably one of the most famous cities in the planet. And it's weird. I was really good about it. I have a few probably heard of it, but you heard the different name that was, when German people told us they couldn't pronounce this, because it's actually how you pronounce this is Auschwitz. So they didn't. So they decided to rename it to Auschwitz. So my grandpa, his dad and brother were actually conductors of a train, and they were forced to, at gunpoint, do their job. They risked their life actually. So this is a lot of history. I also have like some military family relatives in the high up, and those generals and commanders. There's a lot of stuff here. Why did I say that? Because there's a lot of things going on here with Belarus, with Ukraine, Russia, and in this little part over here is Kaliningrad is also Russia, right on the doorstep. So what happened last week? Sweden joined NATO, but if I go back to Poland, with the current war in Ukraine, you see that everything's tied together. So with Ukraine saying they want to join NATO, they did not join NATO during the conflict. That's part of the rules. You can't join NATO while you're in war. After, during peacetime. So they say they're going to, which doesn't make Moscow happy, because picture having Russian tanks in Toronto. That's too close to Washington for comfort. So that's the distance you can see Ukraine is to Moscow, the capital city. But St. Petersburg, which is actually like the very beautiful city, not one of the most beautiful in the world, with the architecture, also the world headquarters of like the KGB and stuff like that. So that's really close.
KGB is
that's their head offices in St. Petersburg, not Moscow. So, there's a lot of guys there that do things, and you can see the border to Finland is too close for comfort. So when Russia was at war with Finland, because again, Sweden, you can see on the map there, was neutral for 100 years, neutral through all wars. Remember that. But Finland was at war with Russia, and so they decided to be like, okay, let's do some peace here. It's best for everyone involved, but let's make a deal. Okay, so Russia said, I'm down if you're down, and they basically said, Finland, we won't invade you and go to Helsinki and take you if you make a deal with us right now that you promise to never attack St. Petersburg or Russia. And Helsinki, in their right mind, knew that they're going to get overrun. So what would you do? Say, sure, no problem. The deal's a deal. And they've been living side by side like brothers since then, peacefully. Finland, by the way, has mandatory for every single person, guy, going to the army. Just so you know.
Not women?
I'm not sure. You have to look into that, but I'm pretty sure that I know for sure. I think women too. I have to double check. And so, I believe so. And it's currently a lady who's in charge of the country. So the point is, they're all well trained. So that's a concern for Russia, right? And the reason they're well trained is because they're concerned of Russia making not good on their deal. So fast forward, what happened in 2024, 2023, Finland and Sweden both decided they're going to join NATO. And they kind of did it simultaneously because it's not easy to get accepted into a group when you've different parties working against you that don't want that to happen. Who can think of a country that wouldn't want that to happen? Probably not Russia. So they said, we want a combo deal. We want to both join at the same time, take us both or none. And so Finland got in anyway first. Sweden, there was a little bit of hiccup because do you know how to get in? You have to basically have every single country vote yes. One country votes no, you can't get in. Why? Because there's Article 5. If one country is attacked, they all basically got to go and decide if they're going to go and defend them. So what happened a couple years ago? Turkey had a big earthquake. Who remembers that?
Yeah.
Right when Sweden was getting voted in. So Russia has like military aircraft here, and this is my first time today mentioning the Middle East. So, you've heard the stories probably that the Russian fighter jet flew over Turkey and almost got shot down or
Yeah.
practically did get shot down, and learned their lesson not to invade their airspace. Turkey also. So from Moscow, if you have oil, because Russia is an oil country, exporting country, and you need to get your oil from Russia to Europe to sell, but now Europe is like, oh, we've got sanctions, we can't buy your stuff. What Russia can do is sell their oil through Turkey to Turkey. Turkey buys it, and then Turkey, which is actually 3% in Europe and the rest is in Asia, will say, well, we'll sell it to Europe. They repackage it and rebrand it. So there's a lot of like kind of close. My point is that everything is complicated and there's a lot of moving pieces on the chessboard.
What was the point that you said about? You said that the same day something happened. What was that again?
Yeah. So what basically happened was, I'm getting to the point that when Russia has some economic ties with Turkey with the oil to deliver through pipelines to Europe still and make money because they can't go through Ukraine anymore, it's even more important. Also, with the tensions in the Middle East, Russia being kind of close with Iran, buddy, and helping out in the area of Syria and Iraq. We'll get back to those areas. They're kind of like in the region, stability-wise, with their military helping out Turkey. So Turkey's kind of like, yeah, we're in NATO officially, but we're also friends with Russia, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. So when there's a vote now, everyone vote for Sweden to join NATO. Turkey's like, Russia, you mind if I, kind of have to now because the U.S. is pressuring me too to vote yes, or they're not going to come save my butt if there's something anytime I need help. And Turkey has a very strong military, like the strongest in the area almost compared to Europe.
They also control the path.
Even Poland bought Bayraktar drones. Those are the big ones. And so very, very powerful. And when Turkey single-handedly sent Bayraktar drones to Ukraine, it tipped the scales of the war entirely in favor of Ukraine. So Russia's like, what are you doing, bro? And so you can see there's a lot of tension. So what happened was to help out Turkey not vote yes to let Sweden into NATO. Turkey used the excuse that Sweden needs to change one of their laws about taking refugees from Turkey and stuff like that. They weren't happy with not accepting passports and stuff. But long story short, there was an earthquake in Turkey, and now everyone is distracted, and everything got delayed. So it kind of like, in my opinion, that's not a financial advisor again, of course. I think Russia might have had some play with that earthquake, or US, or some government agencies of some countries I won't name, because then it delayed the whole moving chess pieces and everything. So it bought time.
So the earthquake was like
Just like Ripple, the SEC was just buying time, suing them for years to give time for a CBDC to be finally launched, and then it doesn't matter what happens in that lawsuit.
Okay, so like, how could they start the earthquake?
Oh, their technology exists a long time ago. You can look it up, even in the U.S.
Really?
To create man-made artificial earthquakes.
Crazy.
Look up the tsunami.
Oh, the New Orleans tsunami?
No, the practically all of them. But let's look at the big one that happened near the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
There was an earthquake in the ocean that caused the tsunami, and then you can even look at maybe Fukushima. All these natural events, or sometimes not natural. There's weather modification technology in the United States.
Is it remotely triggered? Or is it like?
I don't want to talk about too much because I'm on YouTube, but I'll say this: look up HAARP.
HAARP?
HAARP. Anyway, so long story short, there's all these delays. Now, fast forward to today, what's going on? So there's a war going on in Ukraine. Poland is like in kind of building their military up. In fact, Poland in a couple of years will have the largest ground forces in Europe. It'll be bigger than France, Italy, Spain, UK, Germany, Netherlands armies combined.
The army Poland's building.
Polish army. And so they're going from 150,000 to 300,000 soldiers. They're also buying 1,000 tanks, 100 Apaches, F-35 fighter jets, A-1 Abrams tanks, like crazy amounts of.
And you know what? You know why? Eh?
Yeah, because they don't want to be backstabbed again when they were in World War II, left to be invaded, and they said they were going to come help, and they didn't. So they learned their lesson. So when we had, I'm really going into stuff I don't usually talk about, and I'm not comfortable talking about online, but I'll go for it. Because you can Google this stuff; it's all in the public information. When we had 9/11 attacks, what ended up happening? We went into Syria. Sorry, we went into Afghanistan and Iraq. What we meaning the U.S. And who else? Australia and Poland. They came, volunteers. We're going to help you in Afghanistan. Polish guys are probably already in the caves looking at which caves to radio in to come into for the U.S. I wouldn't be surprised. So they're not scared to come in because they want to build up a reputation so that if Poland ever got attacked like Ukraine is being attacked, U.S. would come and help them out. And so they built up a long, over decades, good camaraderie with the U.S. and also showed off their skills to the point now where I've seen even Polish soldiers training U.S. soldiers sometimes.
What soldiers training U.S. soldiers?
U.S. soldiers being trained sometimes by Polish guys.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
Cole,
Wow.
Poland's, my wife's from the Czech Republic, eh? And Poland's the gateway to Europe for Russia, right?
Yeah.
They take over Ukraine.
Yeah.
Next is Poland, and then boom.
If you draw a line down the middle, then basically it was old Soviet countries, and Poland was a part of that. And so now it's going closer and closer and closer to Moscow. Kind of like put your army bases all around the world and then say that they're attacking is kind of funny. But the point is that there's a lot of false narratives. Anyway, so right now, Moscow's attacking Ukraine, and because Ukraine said we're going to join NATO. That was kind of like the main thing going on since 2014, actually, when there was manipulation with the politicians. And I want to stress now that politicians are not representative of the people. It's two separate things. So when I say that something about a country, I mean the politicians of that country. I'm not meaning the people of that country. But basically, Sweden is now the thinking of joining NATO because what happens to Sweden if they're attacked and no one's going to come save them? So they're like, we need protection. We need to join this European gang for protection. And Sweden's been neutral for World War I. Sweden's been neutral during World War II. Neutral country where even Germany didn't attack Sweden because they're like, okay, we're not going to get involved. Now Sweden is no longer neutral all of a sudden. What does that tell you? And so Russia said on public, which is like a public statement to kind of stress, like drawing a line in the sand when you say something on public, you better not join NATO or we'll nuke you the next day.
Oh,
They actually said that. Russia said that to Sweden. Like, you better not play this talk of what Ukraine is talking about doing because we'll just get you out.
And Biden goes, oh, well, maybe we can negotiate that.
Well, yeah. So a week
Not with
later,
Putin.
yeah, that's correct.
What happened?
So a week later, Poland goes on TV and publicly says,
Crazy.
"Hey, Sweden, you should join NATO still."
Oh, jeez.
Like a big middle finger to Russia.
Yeah. Poke the bear.
Because poking the bear because the only country that's ever successfully invaded Russia is Poland.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So and a whole bunch of other stuff you can look up. There's crazy stories.
Really, eh?
Yeah, long history in military where they've had outnumbered by 20-1 and they've won and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Really?
But the point is though that Poland's now becoming an economic and military engine to the point where Russia, if it attacks Europe, Poland will get involved, and they're probably already got guys in Ukraine fighting. They're like, remember, as soon as there was Ukraine war, what country took all the refugees? Like
Poland.
80% of them, right?
Yeah.
And then they're already sending off their old tanks because they know they're going to get the new ones anyway. And then to the point where Kamala Harris or Biden or whoever needed to fly into Poland and say, no, Poland didn't mean that. They're not sending military equipment and tanks and fighter jets to Ukraine. They changed they're mine. And Poland's like, why? Okay, fine. Right? So Poland's very gutsy. I almost, because I am Polish, I understand their mentality. I've lived there for 6 months when I played hockey there. Actually, their finals are tomorrow. The Auschwitz team has won like 11 out of 12 years in a row when I was there, first place in Poland.
Wow.
Tomorrow they're playing for the finals, Game 7. And actually, a lot of the players are from Finland and Sweden on the team. Right? So, and half of Team Poland is from that town, Auschwitz. So they just train in that rink where I played.
What's the population of Poland now?
Same as Canada.
Yeah.
Identical.
There you go.
But you can fit 2.5 Polands in BC. So long story short, what's going on now is you got a little bit of background with Sweden and Finland. And so I have a crypto trading group on Facebook where I've been streaming for 3 years, once a week, called Satoshi Saturdays. I stopped doing it in 2022. But, you know, I talked about these kinds of things. And I even predicted that we would have a war, not just in Ukraine. I talked about the possibility of Taiwan getting involved, Finland, and Israel, because you need to spread the Russian army out to thin it out to make it weaker. And so who can say that it would be impressive if you said last week that Israel would have a bigger war than Ukraine? That's probably easy to believe because there's a lot of warm up with the ships being attacked and the fighting going on. One way.
Can you break that down a little bit?
Yeah, so one way.
What happened today?
So one way or another, the fighting has been escalating for a while now. It's been all over the TV. But who would agree that it's not as impressive last week? But what about if you predicted in 2024, but in 2023 that Israel would be at war? Who agrees that would be impressive? What about 2022 when I said it on my channel? In 2022, I predicted that we'll have Israel war, bigger than Ukraine, pretty soon. And so basically what's going on, I'm going to zoom in here.
Are you like on video and saying that?
Yeah, I got the recordings of your show on my channel. And so I got to go back and look at 100 hours of footage and chop it up into content, but I don't have time. But you can see here, this area, you know, you got your Iran here, tension usually with Saudi Arabia, but now they're kind of on the same page because of the US dollar. Don't forget, Russia is creating their own currency. We've got Zimbabwe just announced a new gold-backed currency. They actually showed it, their new bills backed by gold. Last guy that did that, not too far away here, Libya, Gaddafi, was saying he's going to issue a gold-backed currency, and he could literally drive through his streets, and everyone would cheer and wave at him, and he had no protection, like bulletproof car or anything. He just walked the streets, everyone waved to him. But then he doesn't exist anymore because you can't make an African currency because Africa's huge. It would wipe out, to kill the US dollar. Immediately you had UK, USA, same countries that are getting involved with Israel. Kind of funny. But fast forward to today, Israel, what they will tell you on TV is true. There was an attack from Palestine into Israel where it was like a rave.
Yeah.
And supposedly, I'm going to say everything is supposedly because who knows who's telling the truth. But yeah, there was like a bunch of kids and regular people, not military, killed from this rave, from this Palestine, which has a wall around it, like Gaza Strip, that is so tall I couldn't cross it. Or I couldn't even get within 100 yards of it probably without being sniped. But all of a sudden, a whole bunch of them somehow made it through the fence and killed a whole bunch of people at a rave on October 7th, 2023. And that's all over the TV to create the excuse for Israel to now go in and basically...
Yeah.
So you can see Gaza is getting smaller, and it's already smaller and smaller. You can see these dotted lines here.
Oh, wow.
So you got Gaza is this little strip here, And you can look up the 1967 map, it's different, but here's another one. And there's settlements and all this occupation going on, and it's shrinking all the time. But look at this part. This is the part I want to stress here. Damascus, this is Syria. Another dotted lines. Golan Heights area. So not only is Israel shrinking this map, they want to get rid of that small piece, and it's always been shrinking. Now they're also sending rockets daily. It's a daily occurrence. That's not even an escalation. I'm going to throw a rocket at you, you throw a rocket at me, but more like a missile and a missile. And it's been going on daily with Hezbollah and Lebanon versus Israel up here. Really? Look up the news, Hezbollah or Lebanon, rocket, or Israel, or anything of those. You'll get them all. It's been happening every day. I've been tired of watching it for the last 3 months every day. Say, oh, there's another rocket, and then another general blown up in his car. And it's like sometimes deep in the country and no escalation. Because if Hezbollah, that has thousands of rockets pointed at Israel, sends them off tomorrow, boom, that means Israel's going to send fighter jets in, bomb the crap out of people there that are regular people. U.S. Aircraft carrier will have to come into the region with the air support to get involved. It's a big mess, just with Hezbollah. And that's constantly like 1 or 2 rockets a day going on back and forth daily as like revenge. But here, this Golan Heights is Syria. And Syria has been squished so badly that they can't even defend themselves. They have an army that's trained by the U.S. They wear the helmets backwards sometimes. Okay, so they're pretty much a black hole. So Israel's like, hey, why don't we sneak in over here and take some more land? We might mess with these guys a bit. We also want to take some of here. And some of the Arab countries are getting frustrated with this. So there's a lot of confusion going on too. That's why they're like, even journalists are getting killed. That's a war crime. But the point is here, I remember a couple weeks ago looking into this where Israel is kind of like attacking now in Syria, deep in Syria, not just Syrian army, but some guys that are associated with Iran, like military of Iran in Syria, because they all have proxies. Just like if Poland fights with Belarus, it's actually Russia pretending they're Belarus, but it's a different country. So Russia didn't attack Poland, Belarus attacked Poland. That's a proxy. So they all have them proxy. Like Yemen, you heard about the ships being shot by Yemen. There's Iranian proxies in Yemen. So the point is, Israel was attacking. They just call it hypothetically Iranian generals killed, and it's a big deal if someone's killed, because it can have an excuse for retaliation. And I'm like, it's almost like they want retaliation because it's an excuse to you step up the second retaliation back and forth. Because if Israel attacks the guys that are Iranian in here, remember Israel and Iran are very bad enemies. They've publicly stated that they write their names, each other's names on their missiles and stuff. Is bad, and they say comments that they want to do stuff like wipe them off a map, type of thing. So it doesn't take much to imagine that if they attack Iranian military personnel in Syria, that's like attacking Iran. It's the people of Iran. So we already know the U.S. said if Iran attacks Israel, U.S. will attack Iran. So now what would you do if you're Israel and you want help from U.S.? You'd almost like go blow up a couple Iranians in Syria so that you would get the retaliation from Iran on Israel, which basically you just got like 2 hours ago. And now U.S. is in their war room saying, they're having arguments saying, should we retaliate this hard or not hard or a little bit hard? Because we obviously have to retaliate now. We can't show that we're not going to do shit to the point where they're risking nuclear war. Like you've seen prophecies and even the Bible talk of different end of the world times from this region. So I've always kept that at the back of my mind. And that's why I've not even spoken about this much until like now, because all this stuff is public info that I've said, and I haven't had any opinions about anyone. So things are escalating quickly here.
And they're already like doing missiles to each other every day. Israel and Lebanon.
I haven't seen any of the news. You're gonna see too much of it, so I'm not gonna bore you with that. But it's gonna be nasty footage. They're gonna try to make it a bigger deal than it is, so they have the excuse to go and do whatever they want, like they did to Libya, like they did to Syria, like they did to like 50 other countries. U.S.
What did they do in Libya?
They blew up the president.
Oh, that's
because he's gonna make his own gold currency. And they blamed it on him.
What was the name of the guy in Libya again?
Gaddafi.
Gaddafi.
Yeah. So long story short,
I'm sure you're trying to make a point of something.
No, this is all like really interesting stuff, Robert.
So how does it affect the markets? Let's go back to the markets.
I didn't expect this.
Right. So if we go to the markets, what does this mean for the markets? Dollar goes up. Why?
What?
Because what is the most liquid asset? Not even asset. What's the most liquid? Is cash. Like you want to sell your real estate, you got to put it on the market, wait for 3 months, and then get cash. Cash is cash already, so it's the fastest moving, it's the most liquid, like in the river, and so it can get out of one currency into another currency pretty rapidly. It's just a matter of a phone call or a click. And so, what are the currencies that are seen today as the world's most stable currencies during economic turmoil or turbulent times or war? US dollar and Japanese yen are seen as a stable.
What about buns?
Sorry?
Buns.
What do you mean? Oh, not so much anymore. Switzerland is more than Germany. Germany is going downhill fast. Their economy sucks. It's going down the toilet. It's actually in a recession officially. It's melting down. And they allow too many refugees in, and they're now struggling to deal with that situation on top of that. And so Poland's becoming Germany. And in fact, I'll put it this way, to give you the scope of it. They say by 2030, which is 6 years from now, Poland's economy will be bigger than UK. The GDP will be bigger. And that's if things, they say 2035, but the way things are going, if it stays the same, it's not going to stay the same. Polish economy is growing even faster and accelerating, while UK is going backwards. So in about 5-6 years, I estimate the GDP of Poland will be higher than the GDP of, as a whole, the whole country, as UK. So Germany doesn't even matter anymore, because Germany is going to have, it's historically been like the main player, and it'll still have some part to play. But the biggest part I can see it playing is dragging down Europe with it.
What's the name of Polish money? I don't know. I'm sorry.
Great question. The Polish currency name. Who can tell me? I would have brought some for the price. Złoty. What does złoty mean?
It's like gold.
It's literally translated into gold pieces. Gold pieces. It's one of the last remaining currencies on the planet that is actually named gold. And they never took it, even though they joined Europe, they never took on the euro. So right now, I can take $1 Canadian, get 3 Polish zlotys, or one US dollar will give me 4 Polish zlotys. So technically, I'm done for being here. I should be tomorrow watching the finals in person of my town, but I decided to be here with you guys in West Van. Also, instead of being in Edmonton when they're playing the Canucks there today, when I could have been looking at houses, which I found one Today also was 0 down. Right? So this is the point. I want to show people here that are near the opportunity where there's a lot of people that don't know what they're doing with their money, with lots of money around here, to do smarter things with it. Like, understand when a bomb goes off, remember I said it in 2022, that you're going to go home and see the footage all over the TV or the news or on the internet. All those pictures of missiles are going to be shoved down your throat so badly, you're going to be sick of seeing them. That's why I'm not going to get you started on that. But understand, they're going to make it a big deal so that they can go in and escalate it and do whatever they need to. And then that causes the US dollar to spike. So I always talk about fundamentals, not just charts. When the US dollar goes up, it's more expensive. Do you need more of those expensive dollars or less of those more expensive dollars to buy Bitcoin?
Less.
Less. And because Bitcoin is priced in USD, when the dollar goes up, you need less of them. Price of Bitcoin dropped 60 grand. A week ago, I said Bitcoin will drop. I said I'm bearish. You were surprised a bit that my stance is that most people don't understand what's going on. When I was here a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, I was talking about this happening. Stock markets to come down, gold prices to come down, Bitcoin to come down, and it's just starting to. So when the dollar went up, I don't even need to pull up gold, but I'll do it real quick. Let's go next here. You can see that little spike there. These are, you can see already gold's come up. It's actually gone up since I was starting to be bearish on it because seasonality wise, it's the time of the year when gold is weak from now until June 30th. So that's not working with it, it's working against it. So this run up we've had is because there's been too much money in the last few months. But we now have this fall here in gold, also with Bitcoin. And the US dollar, a lot of cash is going to wake up tomorrow. Actually, Monday. All this shit always happens on the weekends. Monday, they do that. They're literally in the war room saying, wait till Friday market's closed and then bomb them.
Yeah.
And so,
And they do that because they don't want the volatility.
because they don't want to call, because in war, no one wins.
Yeah.
Everyone suffers either economic
Yeah.
price, so they want to limit that damage. They want to avoid a meltdown, and then because we're living in a times. I'm going to say this. I wrote an article in 2016. It got my most views. The publication I was writing for said they took a chance on me. They said I'm the only author that's allowed to write whatever he wants. I wrote the article was called "About to Have World War III." They said I don't know if you should write about that, and then 2 days later they messaged. Oh, Robert, your article just made more views than all of the website combined. Write again, whatever you want. And I was talking about, this is 2016, that we have economic war, currency war, technological war, security war, information war. It's not just military war. Okay, so there's a lot of things playing at the same time. And also, by the way, Israel is a very, very they've got the best cybersecurity companies on the planet.
Israel
does.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff. Anyway, so if I pull up really quickly here, we got X. I'm not sure. Oh, I know why. I need all. We're not just you can't just look at crypto. You have to look at everything is linked together. SP 500, and let's pull that out to the daily chart. Let's go weekly. The little blip we've seen is just the beginning. And remember, I was talking about that going to happen last week, the week before, and the week before that. So it was early, a month. But we've now dropped from 5,300 down to 5,123. That right there was a chance to double your money. If anyone here had bought put options a month ago, these are weekly chart 2 weeks ago. Not even 2 weeks ago. You would already double your money. just with put options, just with that little blip, look how much more room it has to fall. These are weekly candles. Since October, it's only gone up over 1,200 points here. So if you use a Fibonacci from, there's a 300, 400 point drop, it's still coming. And there's a still opportunity to catch that wave. Last week, I talked about, I'm still trying to convince people to exit their long positions. I'll be happy with that, not to lose. When I see what's happening, I got a great picture of a picture of a beautiful house in the front, and on the back it shows it's all being consumed by fire and there's nothing left. But the front still looks nice. The back is the economy. It's in life support. But record high stock market price doesn't make any sense. So what does that mean? Be careful who you listen to. Like, I wouldn't even turn on the TV. I literally got my news today when I saw one little picture and I wasn't sure if it's a joke or not. And then when my friend here told me about that, I was like, okay, yeah, that's the situation, because I already see the big picture, the pieces of the puzzle, and I can always anticipate the next moves. Like, I like to think of it this way. Picture being in a boardroom and you got the leader of every country hypothetically at the seat. I try to imagine what they're going to say, what they're going to do next, and what could be the negotiations. And I'm basically good at playing chess too. And imagining what would I do in their shoes. And that's helped me anticipate a lot of these markets. And you don't have to predict, like I predicted in 2022 that Israel will have a big war coming. This is going to be mother of them all. Bigger than World War II. Because Iran and Israel, and now US, and then Russia, and then you also got the CBDCs. I predicted that will be the cause of it. When the currencies collapse, you have war. This is going to come not just all the way down here, but then some. So that's a huge opportunity. Now, I could talk about myself. I could talk about how to trade these charts. I have some slides for that. I'll just show a couple of them. But basically, this opportunity is the easiest time I've ever made a prediction to also make the most amount of money I've ever seen. But it requires you not just knowing what to do with your cash, because I'm not a financial advisor, I can't tell you what to do. But if you told your friends and family what to do, you could make a fortune sorting this. Like, I've taught people how to make multi-millions. A lot of them, they try to be secretive and they want to stay under wraps, and they don't like to get publicly announced that I help them. So my new rule is that from now on, I'm going to have a Hall of Fame 2024, who I helped make $1 million in trading, who I helped make $1 million in real estate, who I helped to make $1 million in business. And that's the condition of working with me going forward, is they have to say who they learned it from. Yeah.
Are you putting money into options in oil? Because oil's supposed to like shoot up like.
Yeah, at $70 oil, I was laughing because there was tensions escalating in the Red Sea for shipping routes, and now we're at 84, and I don't even know what's happened. But we could see 200 oil.
So we're going to put some options on oil in the next.
Okay. This will answer the question.
2 weeks from now.
Okay, so this is some slides I made like way back in the day. I'm only going to show you a couple to answer that question, because with options, I'll go straight to that slide. You can actually make money in both directions. If I find it.
You just want to Steve.
You need something. Okay, so like here's an example of a gentleman who, when I was in my penthouse at 21, I brought him upstairs because he was a realtor who was working across the street at a presentation center. And I walked in just to see what's the price of my condo. It's literally on the opposite corner. It is a 15-story building. I was on the 27th floor. I had a nice panoramic view. So I walk in. He's like, "Oh, sorry, we're sold out, except for the 2 penthouses." I'm like, "I'm just trying to get the prices." I'm like, what a fluke. I'm here to buy the penthouse. What's the price? Right? And I hadn't told him yet that I had the one across the street. And long story short, he's like, so how do you make your money? I'm a day trader. Oh, me too. I have some stock in oil and blah, blah, blah. I said, why don't you come up and I'll show you what I actually own. And I brought him up. I said, hold your breath. Give me the symbol of his stock, which was Conifer Oil and Gas, CLL. Don't bother looking it up because it doesn't exist anymore. And he had his whole life savings net worth in one thing. So this is one.
Sucks.
Listen, careful, Melanie. This is one of thousands of people that didn't listen to me.
Yeah.
Okay. And I said, how much do you have? He had about, let's just say, because I'm not going to give you his name, $300,000 in one stock on the Toronto stock market in the oil company. I said, listen, and that was at the day we went here on that chart where the red circle is. I said, hold your breath. And by the time you're done holding your breath, I will tell you what the stock price will be in the year based on charts. I said, this thing, based on resistance and support, it was at the top. You can see that it was a very high 80% chance of it coming back down. The next day, what did it do? It went up instead. He called me up and said, you see, you were wrong. And then from that point forward, his 300 grand turned into 50 grand. In like a few months. You can see August, September, October, November, in a couple months. And I tried calling him, like, say, okay, now, you know, there's a way to turn 50 grand back into 300, but I lost contact with him. He's probably too embarrassed. I don't know why. I don't judge people. I just want to get them on their feet. But the point was, I explained to him, I'm not a financial advisor, but this is what I would do in his shoes. From 300,000, I would have taken out 30 grand and still kept 270,000 of that stock, which is long, which is bullish. Like most people make money if it goes up only. If 270,000 doubled, would that be a nice profit still? 540,000, over $500,000. Did he care about taking out 30 grand? No. But with that $30,000 back then, you could have bought like 6 contracts of oil to the downside. The commodity future of oil, the actual, not an ETF, not the real oil contracts. One contract is 1,000 barrels. So if oil prices move $1 down, you make $1,000. You have 5 or 6 contracts, you make $5,000 or $6,000 for every $1 the price of oil moves. That was when oil was $147 and it dropped down to 35 bucks. It's about 120 grand on one contract. Could have had 5. You would have made $600,000-$700,000 on the 30 grand on the price of oil going down. So his stock would have gone from 270 down to, let's say, 40 grand. But his 30 grand would have turned into 700,000, and he would have not cared what the direction was by hedging, having the stock to go up and having the commodity to go down with 30 grand with 16 times leverage. Yeah. So that's what happens with times. But that resistance and support that you see, the red and the green line I drew for him in less time than it takes him to hold his breath. And he decided to disregard that. So resistance and support, these types of things are very easy to learn. In fact, and so I'll show you guys a couple good valuable things here that'll help you out, because meeting is officially done, but this is bonus time. So I'm going to have to click on the screen here. So I always want to make $4 for every $1 I can lose. Doesn't matter if I buy real estate, currencies, crypto, meme coins, land, gold, stocks. For every $1 I can lose, I want to be able to profit $3, $4, $5. Okay. So this just shows psychological numbers too, hopefully. Yeah, 1,300 gold, 1,400 gold. So these round numbers, like Bitcoin at 60,000, it's not an accident that it stopped dropping at 60,000.
It's why is it not an accident?
Because it's a psychological number.
Oh yeah.
60,000 is like a number.
So a lot of like really big institutional investors had bought, so maybe set up to buy at that.
Yeah, because and
Right.
I'm actually going to talk about that right now. So when you look at a chart, let's just take this random chart of gold, and this was in 2015, price of gold. I've been doing this for a while. So who can tell me what is this price going to do next? Go up or down? Who cares about the price of the fundamentals just based on the chart?
Well, when you zoomed out, it looks like it's going to keep going lower because that's a lower high.
Lower, okay.
It's a lower high that was just made. So when there's
Oh, I see what you thought. Yeah.
without knowing the fundamentals.
I see. So it's in a downtrend, you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Good.
It's a lower high.
Yeah. That is true. And then, okay, so let's look at some lines here. So this is called a resistance. We call it supply zone, and this is support. So when you combine the two, you actually create a channel. This is called like a channel when it kind of bounces. Think of it as a house, like this room, right? If you're bouncing a ball in the room, when it hits the floor, what's it going to do? It'll bounce back up. If I throw the ball at the ceiling, what's it going to do? More likely bounce back down. So based on this, it's not always going to stay there because it can also sometimes go through the ceiling. And then what happens? It's now on the second floor and it has a new floor and a new ceiling. And you just increase that by double. And look at that. When it broke above, it actually stopped rising right exactly at double. Okay, so these are important things. It's kind of like driving on the highway with your eyes closed if you're not looking at charts. If you're just investing based on only fundamentals, there's hints. Channels can also be upward trending and downward trending. So that's what Cole was referring to, that downtrend. You're correct. You actually caught that. And he's, like I said, we've worked together on some funded accounts and stuff like that. He's understanding trading. He understands what 95% of people don't is you can profit in the down direction too. Okay. So the last trend is still intact. And he's correct. That is in a downtrend until it breaks out. Okay, so what do I mean by breakout? You can see this upward trend. When it finally broke above that trend, what happened? It skyrocketed. There's nothing holding it back. That's what happens when you break a trend. Okay. And there's also another resistance and support down here and up here. It's a bigger one. So you can have smaller ones within a bigger one. And this is what I created. And I like to use traffic lights.
It's really
yeah, my charts are always
makes sense.
my charts look differently when I'm writing articles than when I'm trading than when I'm teaching. But I try to have sometimes confusing looking charts. It's a mess. That's why. So the yellow line, I call it the yellow magic magnetic line. Why? Because it's in the middle. It literally, markets like to, when they don't know where to go, revert back to the mean, which is go back to the middle. If in doubt, it has a very bigger than 51% chance of that happening. I also like to draw dotted lines to be halfway of the halfway point. So you break it into not just halves, but quarters. And even those can be broken up into halves of halves of halves to get 1/8. And this gives you now a good trading range. Like think of it as 10-story building, where could the price go next? So based on that big range of resistance and support, where are we more likely now to go? If we ignore the downtrend, if and when gold breaks above that trend, because this was at 1100, gold is now more than double that. When gold penetrated above that line, where do you think it would go up to or down? Back to the yellow line, which is the halfway point of this trend, which is 1125. That, just so you know, with gold trading, commodity trading, you get 16 times leverage approximately. So with $1,000, you're playing with 16,000. With 10 grand, you're playing with 160 grand. This move, just from where the price is to the yellow line, going from 1105 to 1125, that's a $20 jump. One contract of gold gives you 100 ounces. So 100 times 20 is 2 grand. You can make $2,000 per contract. Back then, I believe a contract was 8,000. So that's a 25% return. just from moving from here to here. And that is basically, you can see these are days.
Wow.
So what people do in 10 years, I can do in 10 days. So when we pull up that chart again, it's nice to see the chart after the fact. It's easy to say, okay, what I would have done. But what about going forward? So this is how you would identify, based on the same chart, where would it be a smart time to enter and exit this trade in either direction. So how we look for that is, let's start with the middle, where the blue dot is. We're right at the yellow line. Cole, where would you buy or would you sell here?
If we reach the,
we're at that blue dot right now, and we don't know what happened after.
well, I would sell. I would put in a short because it didn't break the line.
How many years have you been trading?
Well, I mean, on and off for a few years.
Couple years. I've been trading for 30 years, and this is what I would do. I see the same chart. You saw it with the naked eye, what no one else in the room saw, a downtrend, because you drew channels in your mind. After you've been doing this for a while, it comes without even having to draw them. So right now, this has a 1-to-1 ratio. Remember, we just said I want to make $4 instead of $1 loss. So if I can make $1, lose $1, is that a good trade? That's similar to gambling. I might as well go to a casino. Yeah, put $100, make it a 200, or go to 0. That's the same thing, right? But and that's why a lot of people call trading gambling, because they don't know how to trade. They don't understand it. It's like driving a car could be gambling if you don't know what you're doing. So instead, look at this blue dot down here. Look how far down it can go to that strong support, and look how far up it can go to the next resistance. We now have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-to-1 ratio. I can make $7 or lose $1. Is it a smarter trade? Absolutely. If you have to go to the upside. What if you're going to go to the downside? Where would you sell? If I told you you have to pick the downward direction next, where would be the next best time, do you think, to sell? Remember, you can't see what happened afterwards. But would you sell when the price got back to the yellow line, or to here, or to here, or to here? Where would you sell? Actually, that's a good question. Who would sell it here? I would definitely. But there's actually a better time to sell than this. Because not always will the price reach all the way to the top. What if the price only made it up to this line and then crashed? You would have missed out on that trade. So it depends on each person's individual risk tolerance. Are you greedy or not? And how much can you afford to lose? If the price does go up to here and you lost money because you got in too early to the downside, can you weather that storm, or will you get stopped out and locked into a loss? So if you're a less risky trader, you would wait until we touch this line. If you can stomach a little bit more risk, you would get in earlier. You wouldn't wait all the way to the top, because what if it never touches there? It only gets to here and then crashes. You could have made a ton of money, but you didn't because you were too picky on when to get in. So I'm okay with taking on a little bit of a risk, and this is what I would do. I would actually sell here. I'm actually pretty good, so I would wait till it hit the red line and then started to fall and then sell. But also even earlier would be fine too. As long as my stop loss is far away enough that it didn't kick me out of the trade. Because, why? Here's my reasoning. If I'm wrong, I will lose this much, $1. If I'm right, so now he can tell me, where would you exit this trade? Would you wait to go all the way down here, which would be a reasonable trade? Well, let me remind you, when we were over here at the yellow line, I said, was it a good time to get in? It's a 1-to-1 ratio. It's gambling. It's not a good idea to buy here. It's not a good idea to buy here. Why would I still own it once it gets down to here at that point? And there's a modification that I use, which is my stop loss. I'll just adjust it to break even, and I'll keep riding it all the way. I want to get the entire move of the direction. So if it does go to the green line, I'm in on it. But most people, I want to teach them, if it's not a good time to get into the trade, why are you still in it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is today's chart. So we were talking about trend lines. Where would you draw a trend line? And I actually didn't put it in. See if I can. How do I do this? Maximize. Actually, I'll just show you with my hand. So you can kind of see there's a trend line here. Actually, I gotta draw it. So, how do I go full screen? Let me just pull it up here. All right, we'll do it this way.
Robert, do you know how much longer you're going to be?
Just 3 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
So this line here.
Where is it?
I know. I don't know where he left. That means I have to close. Or you can close. Can you close? You want me to close? You can tell it to Ken.
Okay, I'll speed it up. So basically, all we can see here is that this is the price of, what is this? The stock market again. Underneath, we're looking at the bottoms. If we connect all of these, we've already broken below that. We're also drawing a head and shoulders pattern. So what I want to stress here is these green lines.
Mm-hmm.
What the heck are those? And why the heck did we come back to the middle one? Remember resistance and support? That's actually the yellow middle magic magnetic line that the price of the stock market touched perfectly, it kissed twice before the sell-off began. Who could tell me where these green lines came from? Or how long ago they came from? And because you can see they were very powerful. The middle line worked like it was supposed to. We got back to the middle line and then we got the sell-off beginning. It's not everything happens by accident. It's almost like they're deciding, hey, when should we attack a country? Wait till it hits
Are
the
those
line.
from way back then when you were giving
How
that
far back
advice?
do you think those green lines go?
Can I guess?
Sure.
Like 2022?
Everyone else guess.
They're June of 2023.
You can see down here that this is April, March, February 2024. This is June of 2023. How far back do you think those green lines go?
2022.
2022? Who else wants to guess?
Maybe 2021, but I think 2022.
Maybe 2021?
Yeah, because I have a video with you talking about it on my
Okay,
computer.
so here's the actual when those green lines were
I
drawn.
really do, actually.
2019, before the economic lockdown.
Wow.
Based on
That's crazy.
1, 2 touch points, turning into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touch points, hitting a low, drawing an upward trending channel based on the tops and the bottoms, and that's all I needed. The rest I traded a few times here, made money on that in beginning of 2019. And you will understand now why my charts look messy, and sometimes there's a line going in the middle of nowhere. I've had lines from decades ago that I drew. Still act as a target, which means my target is 3,200 for the stock market when we're at 5,200. Because I have this red line in the middle of nowhere, not even touching anything on this whole 3, 4, 5-year chart.
Are you confident it's
That's a
good
5-year
for
chart, and we're not even touching that line. But I know that I drew that line some time ago. And it's still in effect if we have a crash. That gives me an exit target. And all of these targets basically down here mean that if you sold your house, put all your money into options, and then that happened, you would have like 100 houses.
Please
So you don't
tell
need the
me.
100.
Please don't tell me.
Melanie
Thanks
can't
a lot.
sweep 100 houses.
Thanks a lot.
Are you
Thanks a
aware-
lot.
Are you aware like the M1 money supply follows the S&P 500, all those things happen. So when the S&P 500 is going up, that means they're printing more money. And
What are you going to?
But you're aware that it's really correlated, right? All those things happen. And one money supply. Like the money in the U.S. money in circulation.
Let me put it this way. When people are playing at the kindergarten level, I'm talking at a university professor level. So you can pull the elastic band and keep pulling it until what happens? It's gonna snap.
Yeah.
You can print all the money you want, but if you go outside and you want to buy a slice of pizza at Fresh Slice 2 stores over, it's a $50,000 per slice. Are you gonna go pay that with? If someone's still working at Tim Hortons, let's say, it breaks. You can't just keep printing M2 money supply, which they discontinued in 2006.
No, I wasn't. Yeah, no, but I'm saying like the money.
That'll answer your question. In 2006, they discontinued the M2 money supply, or the M3. They've been drawing it based on all the data that is still publicly available. They got to add it together to manually draw it themselves, but they stopped printing it in 2006.
So money supply hasn't grown since 2006. Is what you're saying?
No, it has, but they stopped showing people. So let's go here. M2. Continued. Oh, look at that. Wow, look how hard they're trying to hide it. The first thing that pops up is actually it's false information. Then you know I'm on the right path. Okay. They changed the frequency at which it is reported. Oh, really? Okay. Let's go down here. Oh, that's Norway. Let's go here. This series will no longer be updated. More information is available. Blah, 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 blah.
That was during COVID when they printed that.
Yeah.
They printed more money in 3 months than they did in its whole lifespan.
Yeah.
COVID.
So you can see it says discontinued. They forgot to.
But I mean, if they were trying to hide it, why would they show that?
They forgot to delete. They forgot to delete the SEO tags. Discontinued, but they recontinued publishing it just so that they can say that they didn't discontinue publishing.
Why would they make themselves look bad when it's all fabricated? Like where it shows that big spike in COVID. Because if it's all fabricated and made up, why would they make themselves look bad with that big spike?
Okay, I was referring to M3. M3 was the one I was confused with because my memory is like 18 years ago. But I still remember there was one of the two. March 2006.
What is M3?
But that's different than M2.
There's all these games they play. It's basically including all of the cash in the bank accounts, all of the loans, sometimes not including those. They have different versions. It depends on what level of does it count as cash, if you have a stock that you can sell quickly or not. So there's different versions of it, basically. But it's good research for you to get into. Yeah, because they're also changing definitions faster than I can keep up now. And it's faster and faster. They keep changing the definitions of even what is a recession. It used to be 2 negative quarters of GDP growth, even though the GDP numbers and CPI and all these data points are fake. Even within the fake numbers, there's definitions that if you get 2 quarters of them negatively, which you do have already in Germany, it's a technical recession. And they start making these fancy words like technical recession. It's just a recession is a recession. You're either growing or shrinking. But they call it, it's technically a recession, but really that's okay because the people still have jobs until this summer. And so right before the elections, when they might not even be elections. I'll tell you right now with what we found out today, which is what I found out 2 years ago publicly when I recorded myself for saying it, and now everyone else sees it. Remember, you only have to be 24 hours ahead of everyone else to make money. Like a fortune, not 2 years in advance. But we're now at a point where even the definition of recession is changing from 2 negative quarters in a row to, oh, well, several months in a row. What is several? Like 24 months? 2 months? Like what? Whatever they want it to be. And they never even announced it. And they keep changing definition of this, definition of that, to the point where you can't rely on anything they say. You have to decide on your own what's going on. And, you know, you got Russia creating their own currency. But this is relevant because it's brand new. And we'll just go here. 2 days ago. Remember, this is what got Gaddafi killed. Zimbabwe is like, bring it. Remember, who can tell me what was the inflation of Zimbabwe?
1,000% or something.
Guess.
Yeah.
1,000?
Something like that, maybe a few thousand, can't remember.
Keep going. Guess again and higher.
Times. Not percent, times.
It's actually million.
A million?
Million%, yeah. It's crazy.
So you go to the,
Oh my gosh.
you go to buy a piece of bread. You bring a wheelbarrow full of cash, of Zimbabwe cash. This blue one, I have some at home. I used to give them out. I gave them to a guy taking my photo for my ID card, and he's like, "Oh, that's a cool card." I'm like, "Ah, you can keep it." I didn't realize they're worth $250 now as an antique, because the guy has to risk his life crossing the border with it. You're not allowed to take it out of the country. But I put like $5 on eBay because I used it as a talking point on seminars 20 years ago. But here's the inflation. Now these are zeros. So when you say 1,000, that would be like going from 1 to 1,000.
Is this as bad as Venezuela?
From here to here. So if you go from 1 to 1,000 and then go 1,000, another times 1,000 is a million, and it still exceeded that.
It's a log.
So today I go with the wheelbarrow to the market and buy a piece of bread. The next day I come back, I need 2 wheelbarrows of cash to buy the same bread. That's what was happening. Why did I bring that up? Because this article is from 2 days ago. It's actually a week ago, when Zimbabwe's new gold-backed currency is on a roll. And so this is, no, it'll be 200 in oil. So they don't want to show it, then they lose my business. Bloomberg, they're gonna not show it either. Let's go here. So with Ukraine war with Russia, we'll just kind of wrap up on this. Basically, USA was like, we're going to make sanctions on Russia. We're going to ban you from SWIFT. And also 2 years ago, I said on my show, US can't do that without shooting themselves in the foot. You can't throw an economy like Russia that funds all the oil into Europe to ban them from Europe and from the US and Western banking system, from banning them from SWIFT, which is wire transactions. It's the language of banks talking to each other to send each other money. And so I'm like, wait a minute, logically speaking, if you ban them from the system, you're screwing yourself because you made the system smaller and weaker. And I said at that time, a bold prediction. Whenever I say I have a bold prediction, I've never been wrong. And bold meaning something like is going to move 300% in 6 months. Bold. So at that time, I said, here's a bold prediction. The SWIFT system will disappear. You just banned one country, Russia, from SWIFT, say goodbye to SWIFT. And that's what I said live on my show. Because now Russia's going to be, okay, well, we don't have a choice. We got to make our own system. Guess who else Russia's friends with? Turkey a little bit, Iran a lot, China a lot of people. Good luck with the BRICS. And what happened in January 1st this year? How many countries joined BRICS with the new plan to make their own currency outside of the US system? Yeah, so this is just timely stuff. That's all we got for today. But understand
This is our
Australia. I'll just say this: Australia is banning cash withdrawals from their banks already.
Really?
Alarm clock would be good.
Yeah, 'cause I gotta go and I need to talk to the company before I leave too.
Yeah, but for you, this is the last one that you should know about. Because you're talking about Bitcoin.
It'd be nice if some country make a currency that's based on Bitcoin, right? I mean, rather than gold.
Yeah,
Bitcoin,
that's Ecuador, but
Ecuador?
they're gonna be screwed if it goes under. So we're talking about one programmer can't program the contract of smart contract of
Well, on
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin specifically.
But who's heard of a 51% attack?
Right. That's like a really massive amount of.
yeah, that's you can't possibly control the miners. Right?
It's very hard. It's
Very
the right way
difficult.
to say it's not impossible.
One
but it's
person
hard.
said it's impossible.
It's very, very, very hard.
Another person
They're
said,
like, how many miners? There were 3 million, right?
Oh yeah, like the biggest mining pool. I think it has 26% of the hash rate.
Right.
guess again and higher.
51%. So they can change the rule.
Keep going higher. Next guess. What percentage is the biggest mining pool?
35.
Lower. But sooner it will be.
30?
Yeah. Which one is this? The ant?
Higher.
No, it's
33.
China.
Yeah, ant pool. That's ant.
And then the second is you.
Do I get a prize? 33.
32.37. That's Foundry USA.
Oh, Foundry
Foundry
USA.
Okay.
I was only a few points off.
I'm trying to see if I can get the. Here it is. And we also have 27.11% for ant pool.
Yeah.
So,
China.
That's a China, yeah.
Foundry 32.37, ant pool. Who can tell me what that adds up to?
That's
More than
like
50%, but they have to team up though.
60%, right?
That's not hard.
Trudeau and Jasmine Singh.
No, it's hard to do. The US
Fucking
teaming with
Canadians up the
China.
ass. And I'm on YouTube.
The USA teaming with
And they're
China.
saying that they created a secret code for saying if you say shit on social media. So appreciate what I'm putting on my line here.
Where's
By
the
saying,
swear jar?
How hard
Oh, it's
is
there.
How hard is it to attack 51% of Bitcoin? For a government even to come and tell them what to do.
That would rely on the USA partner.
I'm
with
giving
China.
you ammunition.
That's what it would.
Whenever someone tells you from now on, I know for sure what the price will do. Tell them what percentage of it is owned by Antpool. That's a good test question. And they'll say, what's Antpool?
The odds of USA partnering with China are very low though.
So there's even a way to get 51% of Ethereum that's not being mined. I know how.
Proof of stake. Validators.
Do you have a? Can you leave on a positive note?
Yes.
Thank you.
You can profit. You can profit where the markets go up or down. Volatility equals opportunity. When 99% of people think things can only go up to make money, and now you know that you can make more if things drop because things go up the stairs and down the escalator, down the elevator. If you position yourself and other people to profit on the downside when everyone else is losing their shirt, thinking that things can only go up forever, you can make. I've just given you a license to print as much money as you want. You can make unlimited profits and fortunes if you understand you can't do what 99% of people are doing if you want to have the results of the top 1% of people. Because you're going to get always ridiculed, you're going to get made fun of, and then you're going to predict 3 recessions in a row a year before they happen, and still people won't listen to you when you do the 4th one. But that's what the elites are doing, that's what the rich people are doing, the oligarchs, that's how they became oligarchs, being against the herd. So what do? Use the knowledge that there's volatility and understanding you can profit in both directions, whether things are going up or down, buy both directions at the same time even, so you don't care what direction things go, and do this. Do a straddle. Buy the upward and downward direction, you don't care what happens, you can make a fortune. So be happy that most people don't know that you can profit on the way down. And now you be the one that teaches them how.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robert. I'll just do the closing because Raymond Rich is in here, but basically his favorite quote is, "We can't do epic things with basic people. So let's all stay epic, and we'll see each other next week for the 12th Bitcoin meetup that we're having here." And for folks that are chiming in from home, you may want to just go to Meetup and type in TSA Incubator. Thank you. TSA Incubator. So there's just one space between TSA and Incubator, and you can join us live stream, and you can also watch all the previous talks that we've had since we started this. So thank you so much for listening and coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And serve yourself with the fresh. Yeah.
I hate interrupting people.
Enjoy some cookies. Next time, just go up to me and say, "Robert, would you like some cookies?" Because when I'm eating, I can't talk. I have a cookie.
Oh, okay.
I like your pendant, Kathy. I like your pendant. It's so beautiful. Looks antique.
Oh, that's an antique.
Oh, it's from Italy? Oh, it looks like Vatican. Like it does look like something from the Vatican. It's beautiful.
I've done a lot of things. And I've learned new things. I'm actually trying to
Oh yeah, because I want to sell some if I can.
I don't think token coming out.
I have nuts.
It's
okay. I also have cashews.
Okay, so I guess Monday, Tuesday I'll come.
Not regular.
Like 1,400 Canadian. Not even. Not much difference for $1,000.
Yeah, it's a big project.
So here's the thing, it's not what Bitcoin will do, it's what the dollar will do. So stocks can crash now. People gonna be panicking. They're gonna buy US dollars. So it's not
They need you to open up.
Yeah, with this missile attack,
And then that's just for the portal.
So that's why I signed up.
Yeah, you sign up,
I'll keep
and
this
then
real,
inside you can
because
open
we need
several.
to just know.
Many
It doesn't matter the chart.
inside, like a sub
You're in talks already. Okay.
Then each account.
Remember this?
There is a
I'm not
like
trading.
change password. Actually, you need to set your password.
The token is
That's
issue.
you can the same or different from
Right, so everything is linked together: stocks, commodities, forex, crypto, economics, data, and geopolitics. Geopolitics is Iran versus Israel. And so that's more important right now.
And then you open.
And
then
so when you're
you
looking
can
at
download,
jumping always, it's not equal.
Oh, you have it. Okay, good.
Fundamentals is now very high.
Or then you can
Geopolitics.
So that's
then
something
you
we're
can
If we go
discussing.
back to the
Lawyers,
chart,
what is the password you taking
everyone's
inside.
panicking now, like trillions of dollars, they're gonna be like, I don't feel safe with Iran.
And then
Securities,
you
each
just
other.
want to copy
Let's
it.
get to the
So I will send you.
And US.
Uh,
Technically, US dollars will fall down
Yeah.
because US will be directly involved in the
Let's
conflict,
do
but it won't be.
like wing options.
Watch, even if you have a F-22 Raptor jet
I want me to
fly
be
in
not to be small.
to Iran
Ready?
Oh,
and attack on Iranian soil, which hasn't happened yet,
no. Well, they, no, not since the
it could
US
happen in
something.
2 minutes from now.
Oh yeah.
What's gonna happen is even then, the US dollar will go up.
Yeah, I don't like this.
How does that work if USA is gonna probably get bombs on themselves?
I want
Because
this to have real value, so people actually can see
there's
it.
money in Japanese yen, which is gonna stay
But
there,
you're gonna have some
and money in Swiss francs, which is gonna probably stay there. But every other currency on the planet is gonna panic and say, we need to put our money in a different currency.
you know,
I need to take my money out
just
of
very little.
Just a lot of like
New Zealand, Australia, Japan, GDP, all these other countries, GDP will go to war too. So all the British pounds, sterling, which is like a dollar, double the Canadian, will leave Britain and go into US dollar. That's a lot of money now panicking. Hasn't even started. So with that in mind, my guess, based on my experience during seeing a lot of shit hit the fan, is we haven't even seen yet 10% we've only seen of the dollar flight to the US dollar. Because this article, your friend here said to me that he just found out 20 minutes before I came in.
You probably have.
And I didn't even know. I saw one picture today of Iran with missiles, and I was just like, I've been expecting that for the last 3 months. Waiting every day with the news. I got bored of checking the news 2 weeks ago. I just stopped checking. I'm waiting for something to finally go. So Monday will happen when all the markets are going to wake up, and people like Melanie are going to phone their bank the old-fashioned way of, can you sell my stock? But some people in Monaco will be calling their clients, telling them, sell my $3 million of US